Hello, chat. Hello, hello. I know it's very, very awkward. Um, that there's no In Hell We Live Lament playing, but that's because this is a brand new Steam account, and it saves my settings apparently from previous Limbus Company, which has the sound muted. So, we can like very awkwardly hum, but it's not going to be here, and I don't want to start yet because I'm pretty sure this will just take me straight into the prologue. Um, what was that about Deltarune spoilers? I don't trust myself not to talk about Deltarune at some point during this stream. That's why. Also, yes, this is my very first time ever playing Limbus Company. Clearly, obviously. What do you think of the dev stream? We'll talk about all that in time. There's probably gonna be some points during. You know, let me actually get some music fucking playing. Yeah, this is a good song. Because people were talking about music, and I want to wait for people to come in a little bit and chat a little bit beforehand. Shit. people are asking me questions about OST. The fucking Lei Hung theme is a absolute. I've been listening to this theme a lot. Can you act like a newbie while playing? That's in the plan. Don't worry. Expectations for new Lei Hung ID. He's gonna have a lot of skill 3s. That's for sure. No way this guy's getting past 448 yet. Yeah, you guys can act just like I'm a new, like, Limbus Company streamer and be like, oh, he's not ready for thing. Here's a spoiler. Lei Hung Gregor, I mean, you might be a bit late. 6 coin skill? It's not gonna be 6 coins. It's gonna be 5, right? Did you guys actually count 6 coins? I counted 5. Pictured first recorded instance of a Project Moon fan reading and playing the game. Yeah. For the first time, too. You're in for a wild ride. I've heard a lot about this game. I've heard it's pretty good from my friends. You know, I've watched like a few VTAP videos, and just like the game looks really cool. So I'm just gonna, like, you know, check out the game. Kim June said it was 5 coins? Did he? Watch Esku's tutorial. Yeah, I should watch my own tutorial live on stream. It's a good way to keep the view machine running. Which, by the way, and you might not believe me, I have genuinely not seen the new in-game tutorial. This will be my first time looking at it. Which is, I mean, I've heard good things, so I'm not really worried. But... we played through Ruin already? Yeah. I've heard that it is literally just the things I talk about in my video, which is how it should have been, really. Recommend the law video? Yeah, thanks. You're going to use a new account? Yeah, okay, so why do people think this is not going to be on a new account? It would be so boring if it wasn't. If I was doing this on an old account, it would just be me steaming through everything. I want to get the actual new player experience. And part of the reason why is because after Canto 8 released, I have a screenshot, actually. So I don't have to pull up anything. I said this on Twitter. And it got me thinking, I have not thought about Canto 1, 2, 3, or 4 in a very long time. And I think that I'm underrating and overrating some of them. And so I wanted to get the actual experience of kind of playing through them again. Obviously nothing is the same as the first playthrough, but And especially, I think that Canto One is the most interesting on here, because I think that's the one that will be raised up the most. Okay. I will stop yapping, especially because it's awkward not having In How We Live Lament playing. So hopefully this doesn't make me download the whole game. It shouldn't, because I already have it downloaded on my computer. And hopefully I can turn on the actual game volume. You do not have to pay an entry fee. Why is my Limbus not responding? Okay. Entry fee is not a real thing. That's not how that works. For a second I thought, like, oh, it's maintenance today. Okay, that's I can manage that. We're fine. Thoughts on Walpurgis? I think that paying the pride tax. Yeah. Thank you. I think that Queen of Hatred Dawn is extremely expected, but that's okay. I wanted it to be a more off-kilter LobCorp pick before we got to the Magical Girls, but I think that Queen of Hatred Dawn is also a way to elevate the stakes, as they seem to like to do with Walpurgis, which is totally fine. And here's the same except for 4 is at the bottom due to the old slogs of fights. I am interested to play through new Canto 4 as well, because old Canto 4 definitely kind of sucked ass at times. So, yeah. Dawn already has a Lob ID. Well, yeah, but they're going on the second go-around for Walpurgis. So, any predictions for Night of Despair? I think that it's tricky, but if they're not doing King of Greed, Rogia makes an amount of sense. There's a new Canto 4, kind of. They lowered the amount of fights. Is Limbus just... Limbus is like fucking dying. No, I will wait. Okay, thank you. Please. Yeah, I agree. I read all of those. Please don't, like, dox me. It's Hatred and Despair, so most likely not Despair. Well, I'm also interested to know what the ego is gonna be. Okay, here we go. Fine, a fucking Lee. Ready to Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4? I'll get to that when I'm through this prologue. Okay, let's actually... Limbus's intro. My cursor is not even the Limbus cursor right now. How's the volume? I don't know. It should be the same as usual, so... God, this intro. How does this relate to Dante being Iron? Don't even fucking bring that theory up around me. Just says engraving the aspect. I have debated with my friend many times over the past, like, month and a half about Dante being Iron. God, that fucking theory pisses me off. Thank you for the channel membership, 3 final lives. Okay. So if anything tells you that this is going to be a pretty slow playthrough, I have not read these lines back in a while. What is this? What is... Because assumedly the purple tier is the master they're talking about here. And Project Moon does like to do very early game foreshadowing. And I've thought about this scene a lot lately, because of Dante Iron theory, and how this attitude doesn't... Also funny that Dante has the Dante picture here, even though they're not quite Dante yet, assumedly. But it's interesting to think that what the hell does the purple tier want with whoever Dante is currently? I think Dante is the first employee in the Lobotomy Corporation. I don't know.
어라? 근데 이 녀석
그 사이에 머리를 갈아 끼웠군.
Okay, maybe Dante is clockified even at this point. Yeah, because of the ticking sounds. Never mind. Huh. But they haven't lost their memories yet?
아무래도 저 대가리엔 입까지는 없는 모양.
Ask who will get the Night of Despair ID. I don't know. Again, there's a lot of candidates. I would hedge my bets on Rogia. But, like, I could see them doing Yisong, if not for Wei Yisong being so close. But I'd say Yisong I would prefer. That's my 2 cents. But Roja does need a Walpurgis ID. So maybe Yisong gets the Walpurgis ego. That would be fitting. Hope you enjoyed this game. This game is more wild the more you play. I'm really looking forward to it, you know? The character designs are really cool so far.
째깍거리는 소리만 들리네. 속에서는 비명이라도 지르는 거.
Wow, is that a boy or a girl? Is that like the Project Moon gender thing?
째깍대는 소리가 빨라지는 걸 보니 아파하기는 하나 봐.
So, since we know this is Aspect, this is some Ego? I don't know. Every time you try to sound innocent, it's Deku. No, Deku is more like this, actually.
뭐야? 이젠 잠잠한.
The other voice is a variation of Germa's, like, YouTuber voice. Whoa, this is crazy. Whoa. Why are they furries? Whoa. The second blink was bows? That is also fair. Did you make a new account for this? Yes.
우린 가르침을 따라야 해. 시간을 끌어서는 안 되니까.
그렇지만 우리가 살면서 언제 이런 녀석을 죽여보겠어?
사자.
Who do you like among these three the most? Probably Panther.
공과 사는 구분하면 좋겠고.
I don't care for Lion, or I don't care for Wolf at all, but Lion and Panther are both cool.
얼굴을 보고 싶었는데 아쉽게 됐어. 당신의 별이 어디 있는지는 알려주지 않겠지.
Could this also be like, because there's obviously Dante's based off of the Divine Comedy, and Beatrice is a character in that, right? This could be like shorthand for Beatrice. Again, I'm curious to know what people think of these early. This is hardly a Canto, but like the prologue is very important for how people perceive the game. God, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, here come the Umineko fans. When do you think we'll see these folk again? It'll be a while, that's what I think.
그렇군.
But I think Project Moon are saving it because they know it'll be a very big deal when these guys come back.
자연히 그것을 찾을 방법도 이자에게선 얻을 수 없겠군.
그럼 이제 끝내.
God.
그래.
I miss Velmori. I was okay with it when the Switch initially happened, but there's gonna be a lot of lamenting about Velmori's art style being gone. You think we'll get 2 stars this season? No. If Thumb fucking Sinclair is a 3-star ID, 2 stars are fucking dead. In a ditch.
이거 무슨 소리야? 표범, 설마 뒤에다가 추적자들을 달고 온 거야?
아니, 쫓아올 자는 아무도 없었어.
I know he's a 3-star. That's why I'm saying because he is a 3-star, 2 stars are dead. I don't think they want to give Sinclair 4 2-star Tremor IDs. Fair, but also, oh my god, that boy does not look like a 3-star. Does anyone disagree? Because I would love to know.
짐승 소리가 아니야. 이건 버스.
Some kind of Limbus.
저런 게 어떻게 여기까지
Any Valmori
들어왔지?
enjoyers in chat? These early CGs aren't super special to me, but there's some that like really. I like the new style more than a lot of other people, but Valmori just draws some characters way better than Naiga ever could. Your theory on who Ian is? Ian is Ian. That's my theory on who Ian is. Thank you.
조난당한 버스인가 본데? 하, 길을 잘못 든 죗값은 생각보다 무거울.
Because we never even get CGs like this anymore, where it's paneled, that I can think of anyways. Which is a real fucking shame. Because this sort of comic book style really lends itself well, to Limbus. Are you a Battler Umineko fan? I do like that silly Damida guy.
사자가 밀린 거야?
Also, genuinely, how strong is Mephi if... Assumedly, Lion is, like, competent, right? And the level of power we've seen from higher tier fixers is, like, a bus shouldn't... I guess it doesn't completely destroy her, it's just surprising. And we also do see from the April Fool's event that the bus is quite strong.
여전히 내 눈이 틀림없다면 당신은 영광의 항구에 이르겠지.
What does that mean, Faust?
어두운 숲에서 길을 잃었군요.
Objectively true.
하지만 당신은 두렵지 않았어요. 그래요. 이제 그 형상을 되뇌면서 제가 하는 말을 마음으로 외치세요. 너의 별을 따라가거라.
Quite the classic CG.
걱정하지 마세요. 정말로 심장을 못 쓰게 된 게 아니니까.
What is he playing to today? I plan to play, at the very least, to the end of Canto One, probably a bit of Canto Two. And then the next stream, which will be kind of soon, I plan to do Canto 2 and Canto 3 if I can. That is the plan. Oh my god, what is going on? This is so Limbus Company. Yeah, well, is that guy... Is that Limbus right there? Is that him? Or maybe that's Limbus.
이것으로 계약은 완료되었습니다. 단테, 이제 저희는 당신의 시간에 귀속되었습니다.
Is there any way to know when you stream? If you are inside of my mind palace.
이제 저희의 심장이 멎고 뛰면 당신의 시각이 어디 위치하는지에 따라 달렸습니다. 잘 부탁드려요.
정말 이걸로 된 건가요?
사과 한 알이 떨어졌어.
Canto 1.
이 사람은 아직도 이상한 소리만 하네.
찌뿌둥해. 이제 움직여도 되는 거지?
뭐 몸을 풀어보는 것도 나쁘진 않겠지.
불쌍하게 나뒹굴고 있는 저것은 뭐지? 우리의 마지막 대원이 될 자인가?
See, even Otis, when insulting Dante, uses the correct pronoun.
말 조심하는 게 좋을 걸. 우리 상사가 될 뿐이래.
습격은 순식간이었을 텐데 용케 머리를 숨겼군요. 우리는 당신을 돕기 위해 찾아온 정의의 사자들이고.
Bearers of Justice.
그건 원하는 곳은 어디든.
Oh right, okay, she's joking here. I forgot.
그런 대답을 바라는 거 아니었어요? 그렇게 생각하는 쪽이
That's like one of the few times that Faust jokes.
시간도 없고 유리한 상황도 아니니까 천천히 하지만 한 번만 설명하죠. 맞아요. 당신이 올바르게 명령을 내린다면요. 진정해요. 그 머리로 기억이 온전할 리가.
Faust being a joking smartass is not nearly common enough. There's like... Besides that, there's like one other instance I can think of where Faust has that same attitude.
지금은 눈앞에 놓인
And that's like the
자리에
Walpurgis
집중하시고
cutscene, where Faust gets upset at Heathcliff specifically.
시
Clock.
뭐라고 불러야 할지. 시계 지휘관님? 아무튼
What a different game this would be if Otis was going around saying command or clock.
뭘 명령까지야. 각계전투밖에 답이 없지 않나?
저기요.
뭘 쑥덕대고 있는 거야? 다 으스러뜨리면 그만이잖아.
Ah. Pre-development Heathcliff.
최선을
That'll be
다해주세요,
fun.
단테.
That's not... Okay, that was weird. That's... I'm assuming that showed up on stream. That was disturbing. What are the basics of combat? Please tell me.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Tutorials aren't very good? Yeah, thanks. We didn't see anything? Okay, well that's disturbing if so. Okay, no, somebody did definitely see that. Holy shit, Yi-sung, you're gonna fucking die.
행동을 개시합니다.
No numbers in the orbs. Yeah, this uses really old mechanics. I don't think this has ever been updated. Are you happy about Line 1 Railway returning? Fucking yeah, obviously. You can also tell that it's the old colors when the skills get destroyed. You can see briefly like the old Pride colors and stuff.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Like that was the old Gloom color, I'm pretty sure. The actual tutorial starts in a minute. This is just us getting our asses beat. I remember, like, winning a few of these clashes when I replayed this. Jesus Christ.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
Okay, well, there we go. I know they changed the actual tutorial. I am talking about this portion of the tutorial. They changed it so you can't win? Really? Oh.
이해가 되지 않는군.
I guess they did streamline it.
잠깐만. 방금까지 싸웠던 사람이 말하긴 그렇지만
Do you really need two fucking rings of that, man? Gregor is not that strong.
이건 이상적이지 않소.
Thanks, man.
처음부터 말이 안 되는 싸움이라고 생각했는데.
I miss the way Velmori drew Ishmael's hair. It's so fluffy.
다들 장난해? 난 시작도
Again. I guess they're only using one, but two rings? Come on.
이겨준다는 말은 안 했어요. 그리고 저만 남았네요. 비장의 수라기보단 별을 따라가는 거죠.
단체로 자살놀이라도 하는 건가? 썩 유쾌하진 않군.
Yes, I'm glad to see a new Project Moon creator playing Limbus Company. Yeah, you know, I'm really excited to get into the game.
뱀에게 전해라, 거짓 사자.
Okay, sorry to interrupt Virgilius Aura moment. Was that Faust's way of erasing Dante's memories? I didn't realize. Okay, anyways.
이건 막을 수 없는 흐름이라고.
The flow cannot be stopped. So Hohenheim does mention in, like, the LCB intervalo about, like, the flow and, like, some plot armor stuff, right? So maybe Purple Tear is, like, trying to prevent that. That's interesting.
붉은색. 왜?
Me when I'm disgusted at seeing one of the three primary colors. Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby. I mean, that's also happening right now. Both of these are Hydrogen Bombs versus Coughing Babies.
내가 왜 팔다리만 잘라낸 줄 아나? 그래야 사지 멀쩡한 네가 저들을 데리고 허둥지둥 이곳을 벗어날 테니까. 달아난 팔과 다리를 대체해줄 놈이 너밖에 없으니 그렇게 노려보지 마. 네 놈들이 해놓은 짓에 비하면 별것도 아니잖아. 그 정도 부상이면
Oh, did he use Mong? I didn't realize.
충분히 할 일 했다고 생각할 거다. 혼장처럼 여기라고. 아니면 여기서 명줄을 놓고 싶은가? 늦은 건 아무것도 없습니다, 단테.
You're not supposed to be able to understand Dante, man. Like,
우리에게 필요한 건 오직
it's even as early as this, huh? That Virgilius is just, like, pretty much blatantly understanding Dante.
되돌릴 시간뿐이니까.
Yeah, Virgilius is just really good at reading facial expressions. Totally, yeah. Fucking Ryoshu's face.
앞으로도 끝내주게 고통스러울 겁니다, 단테.
There we go.
움찔움찔거려. 일어난 걸까?
드디어 정신을 차렸군. 버티지 못하고 골러갔으면 조금 실망할 뻔했어.
상쾌한 아침. 나는야 버스 기사 카런.
The Warrior was way better expressions. Yeah, that's definitely a very big thing.
아침은 아니지만 상쾌하긴 하겠어.
Again, I'm a lot more lenient on the new art style comparatively to a lot of people, but I think these early CGs really do show it. I know you're just playing Limbus. How is it at the moment? Any high hopes for the games? Also, this game needs a lot of reading.
제각거리는군. 의사소통이 안 되는 건 제법 곤란한데. 저는 베르길리우스라고 합니다. 이 말이 제대로 들린다면 무언가 이해했다는 행동이라도 취하시.
Yeah, you used such specific phrasing just like 2 minutes before. Okay, whatever.
좋아, 듣는 것엔 문제가 없군. 일단 출발하지, 카론.
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
당신이 누구였는지는 기억합니까? 원래 기억을 되찾고 싶겠군. 그렇지 않나?
I think people underrate how good of an intro this prologue is for Limbus. Like, man. I remember initially playing this and being very skeptical because it is a gotcha game.
매끄럽군.
But the vibe of the prologue is really fantastic. It drags on quite a lot. In retrospect, yeah. In the moment, it doesn't feel as bad, though. At least that's how I remember feeling. I remember being very interested.
파우스트는 사양하고 싶어요. 저희가 매끄럽게 몸을 움직일 수 있는 상황이 그렇게 많지는 않을 것 같으니까요. 단테. 단테는 당신의 이름이에요. 이름까지 잊으셨군요. 점차 익숙해질 거랍니다.
Seen a few streamers try the prologue. The thing they bounced off wasn't the story, but the gameplay being impossible to understand. I'm assuming that was before the tutorial rework, yeah? Are you hyped for the previous railway coming back? Okay. I want to touch on that in depth. It's a botgak. They're making it permanent content. I will be extremely happy so long as it still has the previous railway in the game, because the only reason I wanted to come back is for progression for new players. So the original level 30 standard version should be unlocked after Canto 3, with a harder version for new players. Boom, amazing content, fantastic choice, praise be Kim Ji-hoon, despite his trauma dumping. Those are my thoughts on the railway return, because we do not know quite enough yet. They should add with the easy hard toggle. I agree. They absolutely should. And if not, it is not what I wanted. But the fact that it's coming back permanently makes me think that it will be for new players.
당신의 말은 한 사람에게만 보낼 수도 있고 모두에게 전달할 수도 있답니다.
Virgilius can understand Dante, ergo he's one of the few who knows how to read an analog clock. Jokes aside, glad to see you back. Videos a good time. Okay, speaking of videos, there's a lot of things I want to talk about. This is not the best time just because we're in like the prologue, and I actually want to read this. But I'll remind me to get back to talking about releasing new videos, because my god, I was supposed to have the Canto 8 highlights out by now. But there were things that got in the way.
모두라는 말은 수정해야겠군요. 수감자들에게만 해당하는 이야기예요. 당신의 뒤에 앉아 있는 방금까지 당신을 대신해서 싸운 사람들을 말하는 겁니다.
I forget this is the first time you This is the first time you hear Dawn. Damn. She's not even in the intro CGs.
아, 형씨. 머리통은 어디다가 팔아넘겼어?
당신이었군요. 당신 덕에 박살나 있던 척추가 말끔하게 돌아왔어요. 혹시 둥지에서 의사 일이라도 했나요?
다들 닥쳐라. 잡음이 겹치는 것만큼 불쾌한 것도 없으니.
Stupid Limbus Company game looks really cool. Yeah.
자기 소개가 필요한 시점인가 보군. 그럼 가벼운 인사를 나눌 시간을
Audio is so quiet. I will turn it up a little bit here.
앞에 앉은 것부터 시작.
That should be a bit better.
에이, 왜 이런 건 항상 앞자리부터인지. 앞에 나서는 건 이제 진절머리가 나는데. 당신이 우리를 이끌... 아, 뭐더라? 관리자라고 하던데. 그래. 그래서 어떤 인물인지 굉장히 궁금했는데 말이야. 역시 뭔가 말을 만드는 건 어려워.
Gregor is he's so charming. It's part of the reason why he immediately becomes a favorite for a lot of people. Obviously that and Canto One, which we'll be getting into, but like, even just this little introduction is really fun.
모르겠지만 저마다 사정은 있는 법이니까. 나는 그레고르라고 한다. 잘 부탁한다고, 관리자 양반.
Sinner is relatively easy to handle in terms of personality. However, an upsurge of emotion or a sudden change of environment may cause parts or the whole of his body to transform into insectile, notably akin to a carapace resembling that of the blank, which I forgot is in there, tissues. If you do not wish to be a rude manager, not that you're obligated to be nice, we recommend keeping your facial expression in check so that your disgust is not visible to him. He sometimes uses cynical language, but he can still be reasoned with, and you can get around him without much difficulty as long as you learn the knack of it. So this shit hasn't happened yet, which is upsetting. But, which is part of the reason why I was so interested in Gregor initially. And it kind of sucks that, I remember this happening when I first played. I remember it very clearly. His armor's not that bad? Yeah, he's also not that bad. Cynical language, he's like one of the more positive of the sitters. I still don't know how to exactly feel about these opening texts, because they're really cool to read for the first time, but also they give kind of a weird, incorrect view of the sinners. Does that make sense? But maybe we'll get to that later. Cynical language applies more so to Ishmael? True.
그래, 양반이 뭐야 양반이. 이제부터 우리한테 엄청난 돈을 가져다 줄 사람한테.
그래?
양반보다는 단테. 이름으로 부를게. 당신도 나를 로제라고 불러.
The unfortunate traits of being Backstreet's born are apparent in this sinner. She loves money, gambling, and betting, so it is advised to pay close attention to her as the manager. She tends to deflect orders with an unimpressive wink or a silly joke. We recommend taking a stern stance at times to remind her that you are her superior. Her mood may be down at irregular intervals. There is nothing you can do to aid her in that state, so we recommend waiting for it to pass. Also, a thing that doesn't really happen. Is Roja's intro the shortest one? No, there is absolutely a shorter one than this intro. I think this intro is okay. It's not as, like, kind of misleading as Gregor's is. But I think that's fine.
난 당신이 우리의 관리자가 된 데 이유가 있다고 믿어.
Does Gregor appear in Silksong? Yes.
분명 원래는 둥지의 굉장한 사람이었겠지.
We didn't see that until Time Killing Time? Yeah, that's like the main time we see it.
돈이 주르륵 들어올 생각을 하니? 아차, 내 정신 좀 봐. 예, 다음은 네 차례야.
안녕하세요.
아, 시시해. 그게 끝이야?
아, 싱클레어라고 해요.
Even with the volatile nature of human growth around his age taken into consideration, he's not a minor by the way, he's like 20, this sinner seems to get particularly startled or frowned when spoken to. He isn't used to real combat at the moment, meaning that he may struggle to keep himself together at the sight of something as mild as spilt innards at first. As there may be those with violent tendencies among your crew, we recommend taking an approach focused on positive reinforcement with this sinner. He appears to possess a murderous gaze that he himself isn't aware of. This is a hopeful sign that he has the potential to grow into an expert of our company's profession with the right stimuli. This is the first one that I think is actually accurate and gives a good view into what Sinclair is all about. I know I said the potential word, which means that the chat is going to freak out a little bit. But, this guy seems really unconfronted. Okay. Chat's gonna be a real delight this stream. Spilt innards is mild. Yeah, this one holds up well. Probably the best so far.
더 해야 할 말이 있나요? 회사는 처음이라.
뭐 앞으로 남은 날은 많을 테니까. 그럼 거기 괴짜 친구가 다음 타자하자.
Nerdy pal. I don't think she ever calls Yisong that ever again.
이상이라오.
Pre-development Yisong. Pills. Formerly the youngest chief researcher at the Redacted Wing, this sinner possesses higher intelligence compared to most others. We estimate that everyday conversation with this sinner will prove difficult for managers selected by our current screening process. Avoiding communication altogether will pose a risk on its own, however. If the sinner remains silent for a long time, that means he is currently processing a line of deliberate thought. We recommend waiting patiently for him. This is also pretty accurate, especially for, like, pre-Canto 4 Yisong. And pre-Canto 4 Yisong, I remember being my least favorite sinner by a wide margin. So, that'll be interesting to see again.
이상해요.
Hahaha. You smoke like fucking Library of Runa.
답답하네요.
First Ishmael sigh.
사회생활의 첫걸음은 인사잖아요.
Someone should keep account of how many times Ishmael sighs over the entire course of... Because I'm not going to be playing the entire game. I'll be playing up to Canto 6. But I'm sure she'll sigh plenty.
저를 이스마엘이라고
yeah.
불러주세요.
You may be disheartened by the defective state of many of your sinners, but do not worry, this sinner is one of the few who can carry out most missions without much complaint. She is likely to make reasonable judgments, so it is a good idea to start conversations while looking her way if you're seeking sound advice. However, you mustn't forget this sinner has survived an absurd voyage in a far and wide body of water. Her patience may run deep, but once you take a wrong turn with her, it will be a difficult task to regain her trust. That's also very accurate. Ish's voice sounds much higher than currently.
당신 덕택에 동강난 몸이 돌아왔다고 들었어요. 앞으로도 잘 부탁해요.
I feel like that is intentional, where Ishmael is being... Because initially in Limbus, Ishmael is much more trusting of Dante, until like after Canto 5. Are you playing Intervalos too? I mean, I literally have to.
미안하게 됐네. 나는 사회생활하고
Hi Heathcliff! Heathcliff kicking my feet. Hi Heathcliff!
클리프. 멋대로 부수고 깨부수는 일은
She isn't jaded yet. Yeah, basically. The sinner prefers to take action rather than wait for logic to dictate his course. His thoughts and feelings are blatantly visible in his demeanor, and he has no intention of hiding them. His brashness may cause headaches, for physical injury leading to headache, in the process of forming a relationship. Please do note that this is not an indication of serious damage to the sinner's thought process. If his fit of rage persists, please contact the Human Resources Department. Is that Virgilius? Once you realize that he is the type that tends to be simple-minded, you'll have an easier time handling him. This one just makes me sad. This one is inaccurate, but it's meant to be. Do you think Hohenheim wrote these? What if I read it in Hohenheim's voice? This sinner prefers to take action rather than wait for logic to dictate his course. His thoughts and feelings are blatantly visible. Yeah, it could be Hohenheim. I don't really think, mate.
누가 시켜서가 아니라 거슬리는 것들에게 하고 다니긴 했지만.
Also, for everyone who continually asks me how I know the Canto order, it's from these introductions.
당신도 조심하라고. 나는 윗사람이라고 거들먹거리는 사람한테 할래.
Fucking British people. Can someone give me like a definition of what a gaffer is? Forgot your Hohenheim voice? It's one of my favorite voices to do.
드디어 이 몸에 차려
Hi,
있다.
Don.
난 동키호테일세.
Hohenheim is extraction department? Yeah, but it'd be fun if he wrote them. There is no sinner that can outmatch this one's level of passion if we were to measure it. An avid aficionada of all things Fixer, she adorns herself with a variety of Fixer-related merchandise. They won't affect her performance in combat one way or another, so there is no need for you to restrict her from keeping her decorations. She is deeply immersed in the role of a righteous Fixer, hence the exaggerated mannerisms akin to those of an actor, as such a thing ever existed, really. It is advised to play along with her for a smooth mission. It's about right. Maybe it's just Rojas and Gregors that are kind of weird.
그대와 함께 꿈을 향해 달려갈 해결사지. 잘 부탁하네.
The dream?
해결사 말인가? 내가 대답해줄 수 있네. 도시를 수호하는 자들이지. 아, 도시에 대해서도 제대로 기억하지 못하겠다.
No warning about her?
도시는
It is a bit weird. I remember there being a warning, but maybe that's someone on the website instead. Maybe it's just Ryoshu and Otis.
나는 가벼운 인사를 나누라고 했던 것 같은데.
It's like a fly on my desk. Fuck off. Damn, I actually hit that thing first try. God damn. Sorry, I'm bragging about things you can't see.
두 번 말하게 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 다음.
홍루라고 한답니다. 잘해보자고요.
Hey, buddy. A sinner who had lived an affluent life before becoming our company's asset. As such, he has a certain admiration for a free life, but occasionally he may make ignorant and unsavory questions in regards to the food cooked by a certain other sinner or other aspects of the low lives, lowly culture. Wow. This can cause significant irritation for the other sinners. However, it is important to note that no sarcastic undertones are contained in his curiosity-driven inquiries, so it is ill-advised to let them get physical over it. This barely says anything about Hong Lu, actually. Which I guess makes sense. What is there to say about Hong Lu that a manager would really need to know? Gregor directly states in the checkup interval that he's not freaky because of the Dante Smurf account, and Rodian is... Did you have to word it that way? That he's not freaky? I know that Gregor mentions in the intervallo that his arm hasn't freaked out because of Dante, but you didn't have to say it like that. Okay.
우와, 당신 그 머리 근사한데요? 요새 유행하는 모델인가 보죠?
Why? Hong Lu sounds very different, but maybe that's because I've been listening to Canto 8 Hong Lu.
제 취향은 아니지만.
저건 무슨 말싸가지야?
요슈.
Sure is nice to meet ya. Oh, that's after this, never mind. As they say, every person has their own creed, and it's only right to respect it as the executive manager. With some creeds, you'll have difficulty in even simply pretending to sympathize. You'll have noticed that the sinner in question is a silent chain smoker whose eyes shine with euphoric gleam only during battle. She believes that senselessly destroying the enemy's heads is an uncultured act and a step backward for art. Caution, this sinner's background is one that even our company may have trouble handling. It is advised against making her breed personal resentment towards you. It's interesting to see the fingers with greater context now. It's the thumb, index, middle, ring, and then pinky. Which the pinky is very vague.
요르슈크.
You're hilarious.
메르소, 그렇게 불러주시겠습니까?
I remember that when I first played, this fucking introduction... I was like, alright, this is my favorite character. Wants clear and concise commands requiring no judgment on his part. And then he does, like, basically nothing. And now I've come back around to really like him or so. But initially he was one of my least favorites because I feel like there was a lot of things that I thought he was going to do. And he ended up being a lot more of a background character for the first couple of Cantos. I was a Merceau fan until I got through Canto One, in which case Gregor was at the top, and then it was Merceau for a little while.
특별한 것이 아닙니다. 그저 보통의 태도입니다.
Is it canonical that Dante can... Why can't you remember who you are, but you remember fucking French of all languages? Get that shit off your brain. Remember who you are, buddy.
네.
I forgot about that.
저는 관리자님이 먼저 자세를 굽히려 하다니 당치도 않습니다. 본인은 오티스라고 합니다. 이전에 실례했던 부분을 사과드리고 싶습니다.
The sinner could serve as an excellent advisor depending on your capability. However, she also has meddlesome tendency. True. So it is recommended to keep her satisfied with short replies of agreement. She's an expert when it comes to tactics and various pearls of wisdom about life, making her advice all the more valuable for your mission. In addition, she possesses a vast knowledge of workshop technologies. You could trust her with simple repairs of the bus, which is C intervallo foreshadowing. Notice, unlike the other sinners, accessing records pertaining to the past of this sinner is not permitted. Warning, keep an eye on the sinner and beware that she does not exercise her cunning intellect for purposes other than completing our company's mission. It has led to a bajillion Otis traitor theories over the years. Was a thing in the air behind Otis? That is the Trojan horse. Game name? You're funny.
이거 참 마음마저 이렇게 넓으실 줄이야. 역시 처음부터 저희를 이끄실 분이라는 걸 한눈에 알아봤습니다.
It's my first entrance fee for this stream. There's not an entry fee. You are allowed to come in and leave as you wish. But thank you regardless. I do enjoy money. That is a very cool thing.
소음과 마찰을 이끌어내지만
I want her to make me unable to walk. I don't know why. I literally said in my brain I shouldn't read that, but I thought it'd be funny to see how chat reacts to me saying that out loud.
그중 소수는 맞붙는 것으로 서로에게 이득이 되는 경우가 있다고 합니다. 검을 날카롭게 벼르기 위해선 그만큼 강한 숫돌이 필요한 것처럼 누구보다
Yeah, now I'm seeing chat move pretty fast to my right. Yeah, okay, of course.
편히 써주시기를.
아까 숲에서는 불쌍하게 나뒹군다고 말하더니 잘도 그런 말을 성대 밖으로 꺼낼 수 있네요.
Here's my second. You don't have to do that, but I hope you have fun drawing and listening. I've been told that I am good to draw to.
제가 마지막이네요. 파우스트입니다.
The sinner who developed the engine of Mephistopheles, the bus operated by Limbus Company. She claims that there is no one in the city who could rival her library of knowledge and wisdom, and she isn't necessarily wrong. You might find her high and mighty attitude when she allows you to converse with her displeasing, but as seen with how she treats everyone with subtle gestures of ignorance, there is no hope of her parting with it ever. We recommend simply nodding once and getting over it, even though she has an unparalleled genius. We can't quite figure out how to use this one. Perhaps you could be the one to find out. That's interesting. Library of knowledge.
당신의 인생 중 한 번 만날까 말까한 천재죠. 납득하지 못한 듯한 반응이군요, 단테. 괜찮습니다. 경험을 통해.
Did I learn YouTube as milestone chats? Wait, what does that mean? It's kind of funny that everyone expects Otis to be a traitor when no, she's just a war criminal. God, that moment in Canto 7 was really fucking amazing. Shirley Hohenheim wrote that one. You know, that's a tally mark in the camp of Hohenheim wrote those, because he definitely would say some shit like, yeah, she's a genius, but she's a hard ass and difficult to work with, and I don't know, maybe you can find a way to use her best. She kind of fucking sucks ass, actually.
파우스트가 진귀한 천재였다는 사실 말이에요.
I don't think he would call her a genius. I think he would. Both Faust and Hohenheim agreed that each other are geniuses, just in very different ways.
관측자가 깨닫지 못한다 하여 사실이 진실이 되는 일은 없으니까요.
소개는 여기까지. 단테, 당신의 직무를 알려드리죠.
관리자를 말하는 거냐고 묻고 있어요.
맞습니다. 관리자 단테. 당신은 지금
I forgot he name drops Inferno here. Jesus.
기행하게 될 것입니다.
What does that even mean? A metaphorical inferno? A literal one? I'm assuming metaphorical. It's a good question.
자신이 지옥으로 가야 하는 이유를 묻네요.
지옥의 끝에는 보물이 기다리고 있으니까 그렇게 말하면 되겠습니까?
It's Dante's Inferno. Oh. So what, we're some kind of Limbus Company?
아예 알아듣질 못하는군요.
이해를 요구한 건 아닙니다, 단테. 의사를 물은 것도 아니죠.
It's all a One Piece reference. Yeah, I'm sure Kim Ji-hoon was very heavily inspired by One Piece.
들어야 할 겁니다.
Was that named among, like, the anime he said he watched growing up? I know he mentioned fucking Gurren Lagann. Dog shit fucking show, by the way.
미적거리네요.
파우스트 씨, 단테가 계속해서 거부하면 우린 어떻게 되는 거지? 거부할 거란 예상은 없었잖아.
무슨 말씀을? 파우스트는 모든 것을 예상한답니다.
Okay, chat fucking erupted. I'm ignoring this.
단테, 모든 임무를 마치고 나면
Rage bait better next time? You fucking wish that opinion was rage bait.
당신은 성위를 새길 수 있을 거예요. 제가 보증하죠.
And we have never seen aspect be brought up ever again. I'm pretty sure. I don't think we have. Even in like the Dante freakout moments, we haven't heard of aspect being mentioned.
보이죠? 고개를 끄덕이잖아요.
좋아. 계속 가면 되겠어. 그런데 카론, 아까부터 왜 출발을 안 하고 있지? 졸았나?
Look, chat, if you want to hear my opinions on Gurren Lagann, mention it near the end of stream and I'll go on a real rant for you. But, in the meantime, I will not be doing that, because that will take an hour.
졸음 쉼터에서만 졸아, 베르. 메피 앞에 이상한 놈들이 서성이고 있었어.
카론, 말했잖아. 버스에 무슨 일이 생기면 곧바로 알려야 한다니까.
The Eleventives likely mentioned? That was the Seed of Light stuff, though.
메피스토 팰레스. 이 버스의 이름이자 버스를 구동하는 엔진의
Engrave aspects for the Mirror Dungeon permabuffs? Okay, I mean like a direct mention by a character in Limbus Company, not like a thematic thing. Or like a game mechanic thing, right?
그리고 파우스트의 심혈을 기울인 역작이죠.
How come you don't notice Virgil is reading a script? He's always got that shit in his hands. You tell me he's always reading a script?
지옥을 순항하기에는 걸맞는 나룻배가 아닐 수.
If he had a sprite where he was looking at this book, then I'd believe you. I just heard his chair creak? Yeah, I'm sitting in a chair. My bad, guys.
그렇게 생각하지 않습니까, 단테?
I have one really important question. Have you watched Yu Yu Hakusho? I have not. Unfortunately.
보아하니 뒷골목에 기거하는 익숙한 쥐새끼들이군.
Who's your favorite sinner so far? That Virgilius guy seems pretty cool. He's a sinner, right?
마침 잘 됐습니다, 단테. 지휘를 연습하기는 더할 나위 없는 조건이군요.
단테, 처음 전투에서는
Yeah, you really did.
부분이 많았어요. 제대로 설명할 시간이 없었으니까요. 하지만 그런
Looking
식으로
kinda
전투가
Leviathan.
이루어지면 우리는 항상 도륙날 거고.
Yes, we love that valid opinion. Why is valid opinion in brackets? Are you fucking spamtin'? Valid opinion. Now you have to be a big shot.
당신은 우리를 살리기 위해 의미 없는 고통을 느껴야만 하겠죠. 네, 당신이 시계를 돌려주었기에 우리는 살아나는 거랍니다.
당장 필요한 설명은 아닌 듯합니다, 파우스트 씨. 자잘한 담소는 나중에. 너희들 전원 하차.
전투에 대한 설명을 이어가죠.
Alright. Deltarune stream win? Never, because I've already played through that game 2.5 times. Oh! This definitely was not a fucking thing.
앞장서시오.
따라가겠어요.
네.
내가 필요해?
최선을 다해볼게.
따라갈 준비는
That's nice.
끝났습니다.
Okay. Actually telling us what skill slots are. Yeah.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
I know they explain clashes at some point as well.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
Yep. Thank fucking God. Yep. By the way, even with this, my tutorial is like consistently the video that gets the most views over time, which is funny. Oh, did they actually talk about offense level?
행동을 개시합니다.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Later? Okay. It's insane, like, looking back on that old tutorial, like, how was that ever in the game for so long, right?
금방 다녀올게.
I do know they updated the base center animations. I have seen those, so I'm less surprised at that. Are these the old sandy orbs? They are. Which is odd, but it's not a huge deal. Do you think Kim Ji-hoon watched your tutorial video? Look. After seeing Kim Ji-hoon bring up memes of himself on a live stream, I think the odds that he does not at least know who I am is probably very low, right? Like, realistically, I'm pretty sure I'm still the most subscribed, like, Limbus YouTuber, right? So I feel like he's gotta at least know who I am. He used Lunarchic's playlist? Yeah, he did. You're probably on a list somewhere. That's very concerning of you to say. Big Cope, I'm sorry. Is that Cope? Keep your ego in check? Is that crazy to say? Alright, whatever. Don't flatter yourself. Holy shit, guys. Oh my god, I'm not even being full of myself. I'm saying, like, objective facts. I think. Alright, whatever.
놓친 적을 걱정하네요.
Bro, your viewers hate you. Yeah, I know, right? Like, holy shit.
걱정할 건 없습니다. 마침 가야 할 길이었으니 가론.
발판을 꽂고 신나는 기분으로 달릴게.
By the way, when I say biggest Limbus content creator, I mean, like, literally only does Limbus. So maybe that's why people were caught off guard with what I said. Okay.
나? 뭐 최선은.
Bye, Gregor. Fuck you, I guess. Boy, I sure hope Virgilius doesn't predict everything Dante says as if he could hear him. Well, them, but yeah. Okay, sanity now. Why is... Okay, I guess it's just for, tutorial reasons.
행동을 개시하는 것.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Stagger thresholds mentioned. Yep.
이 정도야?
Where's my win rate button? How am I supposed to play this game with no win rate?
폭들을 제거하겠어.
Okay, they even mention panic, huh? I forget if that's in the original tutorial. It might actually be. Which is funny, because it's also a very irrelevant mechanic.
간다.
셔츠는 폭의 거울은 깨졌어.
손쉽구만.
잠시만요.
Panic was in the original? Yeah. Which is funny, because again, that's like a very not relevant mechanic.
뭐죠?
저는 정체되지 않고 나아갈 수 있다는 말에 여기에 합류한 거예요.
You're not calling yourself the biggest Limbus YouTuber because you're just starting out? That's true, yeah. I got big expectations in the world.
그런데 지금은 쥐새끼도 아니고
Rats
계속
mentioned.
의미 없는 폭력만.
의미가 없진 않소. 저들은 우리를 공격하는 악이지 않소.
시끄러워요. 좀 조용히 좀 해봐요. 아무튼 이런 용역 폭력단 같은 행동만 명령할 거라면 다른 일을 하는 것도 고민해봐야 할 것 같아요.
It really has been an hour. I go really fucking slow. I am sorry about that.
입사 계약서를 제대로 안 읽으셨나요? 퇴사는 허용될 수 없답니다.
And question, what editing software do you use? I use DaVinci Resolve, the free
그 계약에 효력이
version.
있을 거라 생각하는 건가요?
당연히 효력이 있죠. 애초에 거짓말은 없었으니까.
네?
설마 제가 메피스토 팰레스를 그저 운송만 하는 버스로 만들었을 것 같았나요?
Speed up streamer, whip crack sound effect. Yeah, this is Johnny Test all of a sudden.
메피는 항상 배고프다. 그래서 울어.
I'll be honest, that noise scared me a little bit.
엔진이 연료를 섭취할 때 생기는 부산물. 여러분은 그걸 통해 강해질 수 있어요. 이상 씨는 잘 알고 계시겠죠?
So I've thought about this a few times, but like the whole thing of the bus needing people is it's really just completely gone away. Which is funny to think that when we're just randomly driving around, we're just picking up people to toss in.
성장 또한 제약이 없어. 거울 속에 나는 나인가 아니면 또 다른 누구인가.
I think Yisong's meandering and random stuff that he said that I didn't understand the first. Oh. Gambling. Guys, what do you think it's gonna be, guys? Shit, I'd really like an SSR unit. Oh, is that good? Is that bad? Whoa! That's Orange Hair Girl! Orange Hair Girl! Cool! You know, that faction looks really cool. Really, I'm hoping there's more IDs in that kind of faction. Like, that's a really cool faction. That's a really cool faction. Like, I'd really like more IDs in that faction. I'm sorry, that was probably loud. I want my lunacy.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
그렇군요. 이런 걸 의미했던 건가요?
너무 마음이 급할 필요는 없어요, 이스마일. 버스가 향하면 자연히
시정잡배 같은 일보다 중요한 걸 맡게 될 거야. 목표에 도달하는 게
Your favorite ID is literally a fourth She ID? I mean, it's just not true at all, but okay.
참아보라고.
거울 세계에 있는 우리들의 모든 가능성 중 하나를 끄집어내는 거니까 기억이 조금 더 쉬워졌을 거예요.
Can honestly, the first thing you do is pull She-Ishmael to shut her up? Yeah, kind of.
곧 익숙해질 거예요.
뭐야? 그거 좀 위험해 보이는데?
Support functions use level 55 units from Canto One? Really? I thought there was a level limit on it.
이러다가 내가 아니게 되는 거 아니야?
Is that foreshadowing, Roja?
여러분은 테세우스의 배가 아니에요. 인격과 기억을 빌리기는 하겠지만 주도권을 잃도록 설계되어 있지는 않아요.
거울에 비치우는 나는 사뭇 다를 수 있으나 거울 밖을 벗어나면 거울 속의 형체 또한 잃기에.
You know, usually I don't love Project Moon character or peers in my chat. I think it's like okay. But I do like that there's an account called Yisong just typing ideal every once in a while. I'm okay with that.
저희가 어떻게 성장할지는 단테 씨에게 달렸어요. 거울 세계의 다양한 가능성을 가장 효과적인 타이밍에 더 씌우는 일을 하실 테니.
메타몰프시스를 말하는 건가?
Okay. That's a little bit fucking blatant, don't you think?
네, 일종의 탈퇴이자 변신이라 할 수 있죠.
어머? 그런 어려운 단어는 어디서 알았대?
I wish that YouTube had like a first-time chatter thing like Twitch does. So I can see whose first message is in the fucking ideal spam.
주워들었다. 이 사람 저 사람 많이 만나봐야 하는 일을 했었거든.
변신이라.
What does that mean? I'm sure someone will tell me. I feel like I've asked before and looked this up. I think I looked this up when I first played, but I don't remember.
담소는 끝났나? 일단 길부터 뚫자고. 어차피 지겨울 정도로 붙어 있을 테니 못한 말은 나중에.
Means metamorphosis? Wow, okay. Metamorphosis. Sorry, there's gonna be a lot of Deltarune references. I've been playing that game a lot, so.
뭐야?
Okay.
내가 보고 싶었던 거야?
Yup. Well, this is actually good.
금방 다녀올게.
No spoilers, please. It's in the description that there might be spoilers. I cannot promise that I will not talk about them. They talk about fucking skill slots? Hell yeah.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
You like Mr. Tenna? Coming straight from your house. Coming straight from your house.
거울은 깨졌어.
He's never gloopy. Suboptimal combat performances. Called a forecast? That's funny. You can fucking tell when they did this before the level 50 cap, like they updated it because this is level 50 based on. That's really funny, actually.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게. 기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
셔츠는
Mr. Streamer, there's a very cool streamer called Esku, which will teach you the tutorial. It's funny the idea of calling me like a streamer primarily if you're trying to tell another streamer about me.
길이 열렸어. 하지만 베르, 메피가 달리기만 했어도 길은 뚫렸을 거야.
진정하시죠, 단테. 걸음마도 떼지 못한 아이에게 달리기를 시킬 순 없지 않겠습니까? 걸어볼 기회가 있다면 직접 걷고 나서 달리셔야죠. 그리고 단테.
Let's see if Streamer need to finish Deltarune now before I get more spoiled. Play the game! Play Deltarune. Good fucking game.
관리자. 저들의 관리를 하는 게 업무입니다.
Virgilius is very, like...
나는
He's so gentle with Dante. I kind of forget.
어떻게 개척할지는
I could be reading Yaoi right now, but no, this is kind of Yaoi. It depends on your... It's, whatever they say, like, Yixi. When it's not sure the gender of one of the people.
알겠습니까? 토달지 말라고.
Like, back after Deltarune to see the VOD. Hey, Deltarune's more important than watching my fucking stream.
별말 없었습니다.
긍정을 성대하기도 하는군. 앞으로는 고개만 끄덕여도 좋습니다, 단테.
그럼 매피 출발하자. 야호.
야호.
카론, 기분이 어때?
매우 신나. 날아갈 것 같습니다, 카론.
좋아.
베르길리우스, 그가 목적지를 묻습니다.
말했던 것 같습니다만, 단테.
Oh,
출발할게.
time to get copyright claims.
지옥으로 출발하지.
It's not a huge deal. Yes, because the Virgilius guy looks weak. I forgot that that's plays, genuinely. God, it's been so long. I mean, just the vibes of Limbus's intro they're really just fantastic. I'll probably steal that when I actually do a review of Limbus, but the vibes are just absolutely immaculate. Audio Jungle. Was that T-Corp? With Dante aura farming on a chair in the middle of the bus? I missed that opening. Or like the loading screen, I guess. Still the king of songs in this game? I don't agree, but in terms of an opening song for Limbus, it is very fitting. Is there any significance as to which center portraits are grouped together? I don't think so. But it's interesting they show the actual canto number rather than the sinner number during them. I legit forgot those in the game? Yeah, me too. Right alongside you. Which canto are you the least hyped for? At this point, it's tough. Probably Ryoshu? Which is crazy because I'm still hyped for Ryoshu. Oh, I am a new manager. Oh, the Outcast. I wonder who that's about. I guess we'll do this node first. Oh, never mind. We don't have to. Bet there's a lot of you reminding me to claim this lunacy. Don't you feel stupid now? Will you pull for Jicho Ishmael? I think that's a little boring. I think I might go just standard extraction. Which might sound dumb. Maybe I'll do like 1 10 pull on it. Or like a few single pulls. Either way, we're gonna do these.
지금 이 순간부터
Okay,
날 보고 눈살을 찌푸린 자
that's fine.
모두 열애자로 간주하겠다.
파우스트
Okay.
수신했습니다. 보호 요청이 온 것으로
That's interesting, actually. I'm down for that. I'm sure you can assume what IDs I'm very scared that I might pull. Okay, not an ego at least.
신속하게 처리해드리도록
Really?
하죠.
Okay, well, whatever.
금일 인터뷰는 여기까지 받겠습니다. 자세한 것은 서부 싱크.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm super down with this, actually. That is, yeah. Okay. I don't need to see this. This is all the same as it's always been, I believe. Is there a tutorial here? No. Fucking sank West Verso. In your mail.
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는
Holy
그저
shit.
서 있을
Oh,
뿐이었어.
wait a minute! Oh, wait a minute! Oh, we have so many goodies. Well, yeah, I'm staring in a mirror. I know. I forgot! Oh, that Talisman Sinclair individual that I am getting compensated for, which is definitely extremely something I need.
이거 먹어.
Oh!
티는 내지 마.
Yes, Roger!
그리고 그냥 씹어. 감사는 됐어.
Okay. That's pretty cool. I've used her a lot, which is a little bit unfortunate. How the fuck am I duping 2 stars when I have 4 of them? Fucking hell. Part of the reason I don't want to do the Jicho Ishmael banner is also because of, I want to use She Ishmael. You know what, we'll just get Wild Hunt real quick here. We'll just get Wild Hunt real quick here.
공평하게 죽음을 뭐랬더라. 아무튼 다 박살 내러 왔다.
Just one second, guys. Holy shit! Whoa! Nice! That's a big poll, chat. Wild Hunt Heathcliff. Damn! Nice! Fuck you. Uptie 3 She Heathcliff Gaming. Yay. Okay, chat, which one do I pull on? Which one do I pull on? I know you love gambling, so I'll let you choose. Which one? I'm gonna run this for like 30 seconds. You gotta pull live now. Okay, it seems like the Heathcliff banner is very popular, and I can understand why. I think you guys really want me to get, like, any of the funny Heathcliffs. Okay, Sun Shower is not featured. I didn't think it would be. Your thoughts on Jicho Nishma's Uptie story? I actually have not read it in full yet, so... Okay, we'll end the poll there. That was a lot of votes. You guys were really passionate. My first ever 10 poll gave me N Cliff, Gardathor's Gregor, and Zwei Gregor. Okay, so, little known fact, when I started playing Limbus, I did not get an ego until July? Like, July 2023. And it was Ya Sunyata Otis. And I was polling every day. It's kind of crazy how I did not ever get an ego. Why would you know that? I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it in a previous stream at some point. How few ego I've gotten. That's a lot of 2 stars. Surely one of them is a 3-star. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna get every single Heath 2-star.
관리자님.
Fuck!
최선을 다해 지켜드릴게요.
자, 정의가
We have every
이상이요.
we have every She ID.
조용히 하도록.
불꽃이 필요하신
How?
키워드립니다.
Okay. Fuck off. Can't you get multi-crack, Heathcliff? Isn't that a thing you can get? How did I not get multi-crack Heathcliff? Or Endcliff? What the fuck? I wanted to get multi-crack. I want to use multi-crack. I'll do another one on here. Jesus, just like, yeah, okay. There we go. Okay. Nice. How?
하루가 좀
Okay, we'll be using multi-crack Heathcliff. I'm down to use the Yechi, that's fun. Shidon's kind of boring, unfortunately. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, we have the Yechi as well. We may as well do some more pulls. Fine, we'll do one on here. It's a fucking ego. Okay. I have a hunch he doesn't like Spice Sinclair. Don't worry, we'll be seeing another one soon. Alright, place your bets. What ego? I'm gonna say this is probably some stupid shit. It can't be Soto Honglu before you say so. It's probably some fucking... I don't know, it's gonna be like Art of Blossom. Ishmael.
파우스트예요. 잘 부탁드려요.
Okay, well I have like 3 Faust 2 stars. Oh. Okay. I'm fine with that. I get Yasunyata again. Okay, I was about to lose my mind if the other 2-star was another Spy Sinclair dupe. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, well, we have some choices to make. I would prefer to use my Faust. Do you guys really want me to use W Corp or Lob Corp Faust? Because, like, these are basic-ass 2-stars. How few 2-stars are there? It's a good question. There's not that few. Warp Faust for the multi-crack synergy? Does he even have photoelectricity yet? He does, actually. Except for he doesn't have his passive, so he doesn't even work until up tie 2. Huh. Well, ain't that a hoot? Okay. Yet another reason why that converts shards. True, I do have that. God, how many... That is odd to see. I don't think I'll be sharding anything in particular. I think I will just take the thread most of the time. Should buy the pass. I will not be spending money on this account. I want to get the free-to-play experience. Not that I'll be grinding particularly hard. Got easier for Canto One. I'm okay with that. That's fine. I just want multi-crack Heathcliff to at least work. You know? I want to use him for a while, because this is a really cool idea I don't get to use very often.
뭐야? 이 자식 바람 꿈은 몇 개 챙겼다고 벌써 저 세상으로 가버렸는데?
I will not be reading Uptie stories. I thought Uptying was locked until later Cantos. You might be thinking of new players don't have Uptie 3. Literally everybody starts with this amount of lunacy, basically. Okay? That is just incorrect. use Yuri Faust. G Corp Otis, Chi Ishmael, or Diachi Song chat. That everyone's gonna have Sinclair bucks in their inventory? Yeah, but everyone's gonna have some amount of thread. There's almost always some kind of compensation shit going around, chat. Diachi, G Corp, G Corp. It's pretty close, actually. I'm seeing a little bit more G Corp, I think. Diachi. I'm making an executive decision and going with Diachi. G Corp for Canto One? You actually make a very good point. But we already have Yuri for Canto One. He needs his passive for focus attack, yeah. So I'm gonna actually get that real quick. And then I'll go with the dev for this. Yisung, pretty please. Yeah. We'll go with Yisung. I'll give him a bit of an uptie. I want to give him full uptie. It's interesting not having like 3,000 thread like I have on my you know, these 5 centers. I know. I'm keeping that in mind. You have a Sinclair ID? Yeah, base ID, I know. Base ID for Canto 1? That's boring. So many people have already used the base IDs for Canto 1. It's funny thing of just not having skill trees, yeah. I mean, there's some IDs that are literally better without it. I think we'll stick with this for now. Shard fluid sac. Make modules. Okay, all of you are delusional. Got it.
베르, 앞에 장애물이 있어. 부릉부릉.
그래. 계속 지나가자고.
응. 덜컹덜컹.
So I think clever Canto one worst team. Yeah, considering the obsession with the worst team formula, people would want that, wouldn't they?
비싼 세정제야. 베르가 큰맘 먹어.
Even this CG is so pretty. The way Valmori draws blood, genuinely, is very good. We're going to use a Rupture team. Why are people talking about teams? I pulled like 3 2-star dupes. I don't have a team. That's when the conspicuously bearded man grabbed my attention. Yeah, there's a lot of people who get grabbed by that conspicuously bearded man.
방금 벌레 양반이라고 부르려고 했지? 다시 한번 말하자면 내 이름은 그레고르요. 당신이 시계 대가리가 아니라 단테라고 불리듯이. 어이, 기사 양반. 우리 지금
I forgot about that joke. That's a good joke.
다시 한번 말하자면 내 이름은 카론이요. 당신이 벌레 양반이 아니라 그레고르라고 불리듯이.
본전도 못 건졌네.
베르가 말했어. 수감자들은 사구로 간다.
사구! 방금 사구라고 말했는가? 그곳은 연두낭자의 출신지로 유명하지.
I forgot the Grass Maiden gets mentioned here. That's fucking crazy.
아까부터 시끄럽게 쫑알쫑알. 입 다물고 조용히 좀 가지.
나는 아까까지 입을 다물고 있었네만.
말 대답하지 말라고.
이봐요. 본인이 더 시끄럽다는 건 알아요?
죽어도 살아난다고 해서 아프지 않은 건 아니야. 한 번만 더 주둥이.
Do we even know who the Grass Maiden is? Fucking no. Of course we don't.
옳은 말을 했는데도 돌아오는 게 폭력이라니.
But she's in D Corp, I guess. That's the only thing we know. faint memory urges me to do something, God. Ian Dante believers be like, oh, because Ian was a manager, Dante manager. Dante is Ian. Where's the voice acting, Mr. John Limbus? They're doing it themselves. Am I supposed to dub over Heathcliff's grr by going, grr? Grr. Is that what you want?
모가지를 분질러야 조용해지지. 도야지 같은 새끼들.
Rolled.
이유 없는 폭력은 용서받을 수 없다네. 그대는 내가 응징하지.
아, 이럴 줄 알았어. 옷에 피가 튀었잖아.
Ryoshu Dawn sinners
꼭 내 옆에서 싸워야겠어.
be like, or Ryoshu Dawn shippers be like, this is peak. This is like the one Valmori CG where Dawn's shoulders look so broad compared to her head here. Dawn's torso looks so large. Okay, I'm not the only one.
이거 잠깐 한눈이라도 팔려고 하면 사고를 치는군. 너희 넷 이번 달 버스 청소.
Cleaning duty for the next month? Damn. Cassie, welcome to CBRA, thank you. And in hindsight, how did Ryoshu not see that coming? That's a good question, frankly. But also, I don't think Ryoshu was particularly on her guard. I do really miss Valmori Ryoshu. That's one of the ones that I do miss the most.
어째서 본인은 정의를 구현했을 뿐인 것을.
잠깐, 내 옷 빨래도 포함시켜줘. 피는 와인이랑은 다르게 잘 안 빠진단 말이야. 비싼
Let's go. When will you play Limbus Company? I'll let that question stew in your mind.
단테, 시계를 돌려주시겠습니까? 그런 모양새면 어리둥절한 표정이라는 건가? 파우스트 씨.
처음 만났던 날에도 당신이 했던 일을 말하는 거예요, 단테.
So is Limbus Company good? That's kind of why I am replaying Limbus Company, to get a better idea of if Limbus Company is good.
자, 다시 해보죠. 눈을 감. 사실 문은 어디에나 있어요.
This CG is really
그러나 당신이
something. I think about this CG quite a lot. Are there waifus to pull in this game? Oh, there's a joke I want to make. Oh, I can't. I'm sorry, chat. I can't make the joke. I'll just say yes instead. Say the joke. We won't clip it. That is not something I believe you will do. The guy's Lament mentioned. That was a big theme in Season 1? Yeah.
고통을 나눌 준비가 되었나요?
This is literally just Full Metal Alchemist. That is what I thought of when I first saw this. Because I'd actually, like, recently watched Full Metal Alchemist for the first time before Limbus released, I think. Hey, that's Bloody Coffin. It's also, like, Doomsday Calendar. Please say the joke, Goo Man. Look, all I'm saying is, if I was a different streamer, I would make AI-generated Ishmael art, and go into it, but I'm not. This is such a... Again, the way Velmori draws blood. That unsubscribe button looking real pressable? What? I didn't even do anything. The way Velmori draws blood is so... It's so, like, goopy. By the way, that's just a joke, chat. I'm not being mean to anybody. Just a joke. It's just, it's funny because Limbus is such a non-waifu game. Like, when people mention waifus, people will genuinely bring up Merceau the most. Always groovy, and never glooby. They're right, yeah.
어차피 살리는 게 되기 할 일 아닌가? 할 거 있으면 그 가짜는 시계 대가리째로 부수기 전에 저리 짜져 있어.
God, Heathcliff, you really are fucking Gap Moe in the later Cantos. What do you mean, no waifu Gregor's right there? That's what I mean. Again, like, besides the way people act about Faust and Otis, which is, like, honestly a pretty loud minority, like, people are more crazy about the men, which I think shows that there's usually a lot more, waifu games than games that just treat characters equally regardless of gender, right? Not to say that all the sinners are equally sexualized, I guess, but I hope my point makes sense there. Have you seen KK Heathcliff? Yeah, that's also what I mean.
잠깐만요. 단테 씨가 괴로워하시는 것 같은데 이쯤에서 저
Yep, there goes the twink. Can we get a bass in chat? Holy fuck.
시계 대가리, 다음번엔 널 으깰 거야.
정말 생긴 대로라더니 천박하게도 구네요.
한 번 죽어서는 만족을 못 하나?
This moment made me hate Heathcliff. Yeah, no, me too. Don't worry. When I first played, I did not like Heathcliff at all.
이거 아무래도 제대로 교정해둬야겠어. 첫 번째 규칙, 버스 안에서는 무기 부딪히는 소리가 들리지 아니야.
Is it just how British people act? Don't worry, I am worried. Why are there British people on my bus?
이 순간 이후로 이 규칙이 깨어지면 너희는 내게 제발 죽여달라고 애원하게 될 거야.
Do they use that wording in C? I forget if they, like, literally ask to die.
난 충분히 그럴 수 있는 사람이야. 알지?
Sorry, I'm adjusting my chair, you might hear it.
단테, 미안하게 됐습니다. 시계를 한 번만 더 돌려주시죠. 내가 아직 사과와 부탁을 하고 있을 때 문을 여는 게 좋을 텐데, 관리자 단테. 아, 단지 아픔이 두려운 거라면, 그래서 고개를 젓는 거라면 기꺼이 도와드리겠습니다.
What chair is that? I need a new one? It's not a good one. So, you don't want the one that I have right now.
그 정도의 고통에는 눈 하나 깜빡 안 하게 말이죠.
This is like the only time Virgilius is kind of an asshole to Dante.
내가 잘못 들은 건가? 관리자님이 분명 거부 의사를 내비쳤던 것 같은데.
당신 기어드는 박자가 잘못됐군.
입사할 때 나의 상관은 네가 아니라 관리자님이라고 분명히 들었다.
Otis, you are a bold motherfucker. That's kind of crazy. I forgot you did this.
관리자께서 고개를 저었다면 의미는 충분히 전달되었다고 보는데.
그래, 보좌관께서 나서시겠단 말인가?
Does Otis like not know who Virgilius is, really? Like to the extent that the other sinners understand who Virgilius is?
그렇다면 보좌관께도 충분한 의미를 전달해 주어야겠군. 잘 생각하셨군.
관리자께서 그러시겠다.
Buy a new chair. Don't start a fucking new chair fund. I don't need it. I am just lazy. I'm very bad at spending money. Unless it's on Warburger stock. The fact Otis never got smacked by Verg is actually wild. Yeah. I'm thinking about that right now.
고맙습니다.
Buy a folding chair. That would not help me. But, oh, I guess there's... Oh, right, there's more tutorial here.
저기 질문이 있네.
We know that Otis is at least strong, the strongest after Dawn. Yeah. But nobody on the bus is at Virgilius's level, so...
첫 번째 규칙은 이해했다네. 그럼 두 번째는 무엇인가?
나 참. 아니 그걸 왜 굳이 나서서 물어보는 거야?
It's so funny reading Dawn's BS after her Canto. There's a lot of things that are funny about the Sinner's dialogue. Sancho's right there. Sancho is not stronger than Virgilius.
두 번째 규칙. 버스 바닥에 담배꽁초 버리지 마.
Did we not like literally know that?
남으니까.
Sancho, maybe? I mean, don't Blood Fiends get literally entirely hard countered by the, you know, the whole thing Virgilius does? Or is it the opposite? He had to pop Ego immediately to rush her down. That doesn't make her stronger than him. What? Power scaling the Limbus verse? People are obsessed with it for some reason.
잠깐. 버스에 정적이 흐르면 안 되지. 엔진 소리는 어디 갔나? 캐론, 왜 속도를 안 내는 거지?
답이 없어. 메피가 배고파해.
잘 됐군. 분위기를 좀 환기시키지.
Killing is lifting the mood, yeah.
차가 움직이려면 연료가 필요하지.
Will you ever let us peep the horror on stream? Chat, do you want to peep the horror?
캐론, 헤드라이트를 깜빡.
I can bring out the horror for a little bit if you
무대
want.
조명처럼.
응, 댄스 타임이야.
Dancy time.
잠깐. 헤드라이트까지 켜면 습격받기 딱 좋은 상황이잖아요.
그걸 노린 거군.
A little more so.
에이! 가진 거 다 놓고 내려. 30초 준다. 10, 9. 이봐! 20이 빠졌잖아. 그럼 20초 동안은
왜 이렇게 주변에 모자란
Another Ishmael sigh?
뭐라고 했냐?
비겁하게 습격을 하다니. 틀림없는 악인들이로군.
자, 다들 내려.
The one more soul line for the Canto just happened. There's no way that's real.
그리고 말이야. 최대한 죽지 않을 만큼만 해줘.
I'm sure he talks at least a little bit more, right? See mixed opinions in a cap of 3 ID and people think it's too early. I disagree. I think we're at the point where we can get that stuff and it's not a big deal. Resonance, yay.
표정에 따라 실행한다.
순조로운 전략이.
Do they say it greatly enhances the skill's power? Oh! slightly enhances affected skills. Okay, that's better wording. Okay. I don't hate that, actually.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
늘 새롭다니까요.
좋은 전략입니다.
They changed the wording. That's actually good. These guys, nope. She doesn't have that. Nope. She's up type 1. Why does she have that? Hey, why do they have it here? Do the base IDs just have it unlocked by default? I don't think they do, right? Huh.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Base centers might be up type 2. It literally said up type 1. Up type 2 is support passive? Nope. Up type 2 is when you get passives.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
Okay, they actually explain all the passives here. I mean, it's good that they do. It's just funny because they literally don't have them right now.
행동을 개시합니다.
좋은 전략입니다.
Base ID uptype 2 has support passive? That's literally not what it just said, I'm pretty sure.
관리자님의 99% 명령과
Thank you, Otis.
1%의 제 실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
Let's verify. Let's see. Okay, so they do have it, but okay. Got it. I actually did not know that. But they still get the support passes at tier 3. Okay. That is actual Limbus knowledge I did not know. Fucking fine.
끝냈습니다.
Owned goo. Yep, my bad. Backstreet story theme. Sup, Ryoshu?
다들 제정신이 아닌 것 같아요. 그렇지 않나요?
I think Velmori Sinclair might be the one I missed the most, actually. Or Velmori Gregor. There's one specific CG that we'll get to, like, next stream that makes me really miss Velmori Gregor. But, like, almost all of the ones in Canto One as well. Like, Sinclair... There's something about Sinclair, the new Sinclair, that just doesn't really hit as hard.
그래요. 맞아요. 이건 제 선택이죠.
And I guess that's the scene where he hands Yuri the mask. That one is one I was thinking of in this Kanto. But the one I'm thinking of is in Canto 2, actually.
입사하지 않았어도 했을 일이요. 저기!
Am I the only one who doesn't notice that big of a difference in the art style? Probably. The art styles are very different, I think. Okay, defense skills. That's why we have these guys, because counter, defend, evade. Yep. Yep.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
That was a weird sound. What the fuck? Yep. Yep. Okay.
간다.
Yeah, that was the clashing sound. I don't know why. Why is the counter purple? Because counters have always had Senfinities.
간다.
규정대로
God, I can't express how much of a difference the change they made a while back, where clashes will use like evade, guard, and different sprites, like during clashes. It makes such a huge difference in terms of Limbus being dynamic.
간다. 쉽네.
당연한 결과죠.
Because God, going for like 20 clashes and it's just the same hit animation over and over again, it makes Limbus so much better. It was an update no one asked for but still came through. Yeah.
마구잡이로 때려 부숴놨지.
No, level up. Let's go. What exactly do you mean by that? So, back a while ago, why are you selected? No one asked for you. A while ago, like, launch of Limbus until probably around 8 months ago, roughly, the only thing that would happen during a clash is that both sides of the clash would continually use their, like, swing animation, their most basic swing animation, forever. But then, when that got updated, instead it uses, like, evade sprites, it uses different hit animations, and it just makes everything look much better. Gamble? Am I at 1300? Oh, I am. Okay, I'll gamble. Change that recent? It feels like it's been here forever because it's so natural. It was added alongside Wild and Heath? True, it was. So that was August. Okay. Never mind. That was 10 months ago. I'll do standard. New sound effects too. It used the sound effect of the thing that you were using. I still remember how, for some reason, polls didn't give me any Heathcliff ID until Canto 7. That's how I was with, Ryoshu, actually, I think. There was one sinner that I just basically got nothing. What about the Wild Hunt? Guys, I've used Wild Hunt so much. And nothing? Yeah, you fucking don't know anything, do you?
떠들지 말고 줄 똑바로 맞춰 서세요. 아침 조회부터
Okay.
듣는 건 질색이라서요.
Sure. Remember when everyone was wondering why Magic Bulldoze had an evade sprite in the Discord? Her evade sprite's amazing, by the way. That's a big win. Can I get some actual 2-stars? That's not a real 2-star.
넌 예술의
Okay.
끝을 본 적 있나? 난
Canto 5 is 1. She is Pierce Fatal. So, Profile edit detour? Okay. You make a fair point, actually. Let's see. Which of these is my favorite art? It's probably Multicrack Heathcliff. Wait, oh, do I have the viewers? Wait, I have the viewers thing. Oh, perfect. Okay, wait. What works well with viewers? Handling viewers as usual. Classic. Nay, viewers' words cannot be trusted. That's actually true. Viewers' words cannot be trusted. I think I only have the basic things, right? God, that feels so wrong. I'll go with Pride. Happy Pride Month, by the way, chat. There we go. We're trusting a viewer by using that quote. Hey, whoa. Keep that on the down low, alright? Do I want to use any of these? Definitely not end on. We can get Zwei-Ishmael in there, sure. This is the first time I'm actually being able to use my own sinners, so that's kind of nice. I guess this will be the theme? I did say I'd use Diechi. So you know what? I never noticed he's closing a book when you when you click him. We'll bring the real Diechi goat. How about that?
알을 깨치기 위함이라.
Rody didn't chat with the D colon. I'm sorry. It's a Goated team to start with? It kind of is. It's pretty good. I was very excited to see what the new polls... Can you shut the fuck up? Thank God. I was very excited to see what the new polls would give me. Should have used the Zwei team? Yeah, what? Zwei Faust, Zwei Ishmael, that's it? I don't have any other ones.
엔케팔린이에요. 로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 추출했던 에너지죠.
이전 엘사 말이군요. 특이점으로 에너지를 생산하는 회사라고 들었어요. 엘사가 몰락한
Like I said, chat, I don't have any other spy IDs on this account.
맞아요. 그래서 지금은 구하기가 꽤 힘들어요. 하지만 메피스토펠레스는 신체에서 엔케팔린을 강제로 추출할 수 있죠.
Chat, play dumb. This is how he determines who gets banned. Mods, take anyone who said Zwei Sinclair out back. I should mod a random person and tell them to do that. That'd be great.
네. 엔케팔린은 뇌와 척수신경에서만 추출돼요. 특히나 생명 활동이 있을수록 효율이 좋죠. 그럼 해당 부위만 먹여도 되는 거 아니야?
I wonder how like a truly new player views this part of the game, but I feel like if you've made it to this point, the initial hook is so gripping, that you're pretty much on board to be kind of exposition to. It's also part of the reason why Faust is generally like not viewed very well among new players. I've found not a, you know, not like a general, not a general truth, but I feel like Faust gets a pretty bad introduction because she is the exposition center, right?
하이브리드요.
Thank you.
뭘요? 파우스트는 고생하지 않는답니다.
고생은 우리가 하고 있지. 이봐, 관리자 양반.
Choi-Han, your voice acting is so good. Like, genuinely. Faust's biggest development is a single intervalo? True. Oh. Okay. You know, I never play at max anymore, so I'll bring it back to max. This is how most people play the game, which is weird. I always play with this. I think this looks way better. And min is really odd. That does not look right at all. We'll play on max. Feels nice to not use base sinners right now. He's so fucking cool. Give me your predictions on potential upcoming IDs. I think we'll get like a Merceau ID, a Sinclair ID, a Dawn ID, and then probably like another Ego for Walpurgisnacht if I had to guess. And then I'll think like during the intervalo for this season we're gonna get like a Wei ID, which will be Yisong. Get to escape Leviathan motif even in the first battle stages. That's another thing that I can't even like really properly touch on, is how fucking good the music in this game is. Because I am so, as good to be an asshole to a chatter challenge impossible. It's funny, it's funny. And I've already talked about my theories on the Night of Despair ID. And also, fucking... Okay. That message is gonna make me rant about something even worse. And that is the fact that we're getting another fucking Heisho ID alongside a Wei ID. Which is a disaster, frankly. Did I just realize that... Wait. Because, like, Canto... Did that start at Canto 7? That the maps had their own unique themes? Like their own music? Okay. I've been so used to it now that it feels wrong. It'd be nice if they went back and gave Canto 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like their own music, but it's fair to not have that. Some Intervalos had it? True, right.
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
God. I might... No, because
어이,
LCB Intervalo is past Canto 7, and I only want to play up to Canto 6, but
손님이 방문할
that'd be a fun one to replay. I already know my thoughts on LCB Intervalo. It's the best Intervalo.
처음으로 가는 던전이니까 길자.
저 혹시
Hi, Yuri.
림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요? 맞나 보네요. 예전 엘사에서 근무했던 유리예요. 잘 부탁합니다.
So, like,
로봇.
I didn't care about Yuri at all when I first played. I know a lot of people did, but,
네. 우리는
I'm sorry. I never understood the hype, really.
구 엘사의 옛
Maybe people can explain it to me over the course of this Kanto, but I don't really get it.
저라면
She's
죽어도 절대
she's
안
cute. That's like about it, really. I don't hate Yuri. Before people misconstrue what I say, I don't hate her. And I'm not talking about girls' love before people really get on my ass, because I know that would get me cancelled. She's just cute, and I knew that she would die. That's literally what my thoughts were on her.
추락한 날개라니. 분명 끝이 좋지 않았을 텐데요.
무슨 소리야? 날개고 뭐고 돈만 함께라면 뭐든 유쾌한 기억이 된다고.
거기는 아직도 괴물로 득실된다는 소문이.
Yeah, homophobic as who confirmed. Yep. You'll get a lot of clips of that during this Kanto, I'm sure. How did you know that she would die? Because she's a lobotomy corporation clerk, and she screams fodder. I'm sorry. In terms of, like, narrative devices, she is a very clear one. Especially since this is meant to introduce people to the city again, or, like, for the first time. And she's a very clear example of, like, oh, even if you're cute, you don't live in the city because it's brutal and all of that, right?
엘사의 기술의 핵심 정수가 존재해요.
단테. 며칠 전에 내가
If I have to get used to her, then kill her, just like that is what did it for me. Let's you know this story is a mess around. Like I just said, she is literally a plot device to set the tone. I think she's a good plot device. I still liked her and felt mildly sad, but then like 2 seconds later, I was like, unlucky. It was gonna happen.
정수, 황금가지를 모아온다면 그 정도는 어려운 일도 아니게 될 겁니다.
억지로 떠올리려고 할 필요는 없습니다.
She had a lot of death flags. She's a walking one. Like absolutely.
아, 그러면 더 이상 사람들을 갈아 넣지 않아도 되겠네요.
거기다가 운이 좋으면 에고까지 얻을 테니 일석삼조네요.
유리 씨는 무슨 일 하며 지냈나?
I've said it a million times when actually playing it myself, but man, like the voice acting in this game is really just stellar all around. Again, it's odd trying to look at this from a perspective of reviewing it because I've thought about this game so much in like a non-reviewing way. And I'm so used to all of its very good aspects. And that's why people think I hate the game. Which, by the way, oh my god. I'll rant about this now. There was a thread on Reddit. Bad way to start a sentence, I know. But, there was a thread on Reddit that was talking about me and saying that, like, I hate the game because of the way I was reacting to Canto 8 or something. And it just goes into the... It's some of the most vile shit I've seen said about me in a thread that was started because of a comment I made on the Jichun Ishmael video saying I hope she's better than actual Jichun. And I don't recommend you read that thread, but the reason why the Canto 8 highlights have not been out is because I got very self-conscious about my own reactions to it because of that thread, which I wish that I didn't read in retrospect. But that is why that is not out yet. Yeah.
내가 보아하니 그대는 해결사일 것 같소. 그들에게서는 모두 고결한 영웅의 냄새가 난다고 하더군.
어디서 그런 소식을 들었는지 모르겠지만 해결사는 그런 영웅들이 아니에요. 초라한 봉급자의 부질없는 냄새라면 몰라도.
People are actually insane? Yeah, they definitely are.
금세 다른 밥벌이를 찾는 게 쉽진 않았을 텐데 용케 해냈군.
아직은 계약직이에요.
아하, 굳이 다시 이곳에
아하.
들어온 이유도 그거였겠네요. 예전 직장으로 돌아가서 크게 한탕이라도 치면 팀장 자리라도 주겠대요?
And you redo Canto 1 after we did each sinner? I don't agree. I think that people... Again, I'm going into the Canto 1 dungeon expecting to like Canto 1 a lot more than what I previously think it is at. I think that there's a really good reason why people liked Gregor so much early on. It's a shame the way he's been treated now, but I think Canto 1 has a lot of really good aspects that people ignore because it's so old, and they haven't played it in so long.
실적을 세우면 계약 기간은 늘어날지도 모르죠.
그렇지. 보통 계약직 시절은 실적 하나에 목숨을 걸어야 할 때니까.
아, 그거 참 부질없는 목숨이네요.
어이, 아까부터 왜 이렇게 비꼬는 거야? 뭐가 그렇게 마음에 안 들어?
글쎄요. 처음부터 끝까지 마음에 안 드는 거 천지라.
Mr. Escu, do not concern yourselves with the voices of the envious. Fly your wings. Thank you, Yisong, for the inspirational words. I really appreciate it, man.
빨리 베어두는 편이 편할 겁니다, 단테. 그럼 출발하지. 손님께서 자리에 앉았다.
Ishmael dislikes Yuri because she sees herself being led by the nose in her. As in, like, a parallel with Ahab. I could see that.
메피페 빵빵. 카룬도 빵빵.
Can't find the Reddit thread? I mean, I don't want people to go there and be... And like, leave hate comments or anything. So I won't be directing people to it. Just though it's not a huge deal. Everything's getting 9 to spare. Why is it Gregor? I didn't even consider Gregor as an option, honestly. I think it's Yisong or Roja.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
His aura is immense. If Queen of Hatred Dawn is real, why do people think that Queen of Hatred Dawn might not be real? Yisong already got a 3-star Whelp ID though? Yep. Is there something stopping him from getting another one? It's not like 2 stars exist anymore.
저 근데
I've seen some people be like, is Queen of Hatred Dawn happening? Like, not knowing for sure. Like, it definitely 100% is. What's your craziest idea for a new ID? I don't know, like, a new association, like, based on, like, the number 4. I'll end the joke there.
지도는 제게 있는데요. 길은 어떻게 알고 가는 건가요? 그건 말이지. 감이지. 카룬의 감.
Okay, well, if there's anything in this game that I can't praise, music-wise, it is definitely this theme.
네? 분홍머리. 카룬 앞을 이상한 종이로 막는 이유가 뭐야? 계속 이상한 방향으로 가니까 그렇죠. 이 지도를 보세요.
Quattro Association. Yep, you're right.
마음이 향하는 곳, 그곳에 진짜 길이 있을지니.
옳소! 우리는 모두 마음이 향하는 곳으로 나아가야만 하네.
그냥 지도 보는 법도 모르는 길치라는 거잖아요. 제가 하고 싶은 말을
That's another Ishmael sigh.
오, 우리 기사님 친구라도 생겼나 봐.
분홍머리가 계속 제잘거려. 난
Pinky.
길을 알고 있단 말이야.
It's a funny nickname for Yuri, considering the Pinky. You have some weird takes, for real, for real? Are you saying this song is good?
앞에 또 장애물이야. 부릉부릉.
아니 카론.
Thank you. Back to actually good. I assume you're not a fan of the lack of 2-star IDs? I'm gonna make a video about 2 stars soon. It's a complicated take, actually.
어이, 보스가 근사해 보이는데.
메피스토펠레스의 후식 시간인 모양이군. 내리지. 아직
It's not that I think 2 stars should be on every banner, or that 2 stars are really good and people don't use them enough. I think the way Project Moon did 2 stars is flawed, and the solution wasn't getting rid of them, it was doing them better. And I can actually explain the reason why right now. Last 2 stars from LCD checkup, I know, it's tragic. If I were to be leveling up these IDs right now, it would take the exact same amount of experience to get this ID to level 30 as to get this ID to level 30. Which, is not how it's supposed to work when the IDs are literally objectively weaker, right?
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
It's a really big problem, I think. And I'm kind of shocked they didn't address it in retrospect when they did the whole revamp in terms of, like, XP stuff. Multi-crackers with 2 stars should have been from now on. Also very true. When you're a game designer, you figure your game has a problem, your solution is cut the feature, you fundamentally fail as a game designer. Yep. I agree. It's a real shame, too. Which current 2-star do you think is 2 stars done right?
뭐 용건이라도 있는 거냐?
Right here. Multicrack is I think, the best example of a 2-star ID. Lantern Yi Song is right behind him, probably. His aura is just immense. Tom Sinclair is so bland animation-wise, he's not 3-star material at all. So true.
설마 벌써 죽었냐?
Did you guys, like, pay attention to the animation that his Uptype 3 art has? It's really bad. Sinclair himself isn't even animated in the art, it's just the sparks. It's so... like, it's baffling to me. Harpooner Yi Song is so cool. That's another good example of a 2-star ID, actually, as well. By bringing up certain examples, I'm not putting down certain 2 stars. And by the way, one of the 2 stars I was going to mention in that video, take a guess which one I was going to bring up as a shining example of an interesting 2-star ID.
카론, 이쪽이 동쪽일까요? 서쪽일까요?
카로는 2가지 방향만 알아. 메피의 앞쪽과 뒤쪽.
지금까지 방향도 모르는 사람이 어떻게 운전기
Talisman Sinclair, chat.
카론, 그러니까요.
꼬맹이, 너도 저기
I love when she says Chiquita.
무례한 소리! 난 어린이가 아니라네.
You are certainly not a child, that is true. Yet people will still insist that you are a minor for some reason, but that's people being weird on Twitter. Dante's so weird. Because they use words, like, they'll say merci to Merceau. They'll use British words sometimes, and they'll say gal. And I'm like, are you Southern, Dante? Minors when short people, very true.
딱히 어린 편도 아니야. 일단 칼을 줄 수 있으면 전쟁에 참전부터 시키는 둥지도 있었으니까. 아주 없는 일은 아니었지. 관리자 양반, 전쟁에 대해 궁금한 게 많나 봐.
Wanna know about the war? I'm an old man character, by the way, even though I'm like 35.
그런 자세를 뭐라고 하고 싶은 건 아니야, 관리자 양반. 오히려 좋은 자세 아닐까?
Dante's Texan Iron theory. I am much more down for Dante is Texan Iron, Iron's brother from Texas, than literal Iron. He's 36 now? I mean, sure. Yeah.
그래도 개인적으로는 모를 수 있을 때 모르는 게 기회일지도 모른다고 생각해. 일단 알게 되면 다시는 모를 수 없게 될 테니까.
아니요. 방금 저쪽에서 우회전을 했어야죠.
괜찮아요, 카론. 조금만 더 가서 꺾어도 올바.
기사의 삶은
Literally backseat driving. Yeah, I know how it is, Karen.
뭐 지금 더 급한 건 목적지로 가는 길을
Happens to me all the time, Karen.
그렇지, 관리자 양반.
옥신각신은 그쯤 해라. 전방에 다시 적이다.
Schmo's 30? Is that surprising, really?
친구들의 버스에 전화타니 미친 새끼들. 자주 가만 안 둔다. 버스만 가지려고 했는데.
베르, 연료들이 시끄러워. 카론, 2명 이상 시끄러우면 어지러워.
걱정할 필요 없다, 카론. 전원.
Okay, someone said, can we play Star Rail instead? Funny thing, I did make a tweet that might have been in bad taste, because I said that if Merceau doesn't get something in the next Walpurgisnacht, I'll play Genshin Impact. And then Lei Hang Merceau gets announced, and now I'm really considering the fact that Merceau is probably not going to be getting something in the next Walpurgisnacht. But you guys can just kind of forget about that tweet, right? It'll be okay?
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
삶은 고통스러운 것.
It would only just be a stream, by the way, if I were to do it. I would not torture you with a proper fucking Genshin Impact video. What is this team? There's always got to be one chatter who says, what is this team? Thank you for fulfilling our quota.
자, 다시 지도를 보자고요.
카론, 딴청 피우면 안 된다니까요.
You can replace this message with, okay, streamer, let's look at the passives again, streamer. Why aren't you reading the passive, streamer? Streamer, did you know that if you clash with Hong Lu against that one skill that Jia Mu does, he won't actually get encased in the Jade? Streamer, I'm leaving the stream, streamer. Streamer, can you notice me, streamer?
정확히는 저희들만을 위한 버스라고 해야겠네요. 그게 그 뜻 아니냐고 생각하고 계신 것 같네요. 그 정도는 째깍이지 않아도 알 수 있어요. 파우스트는 모르는 것이 없으니까.
You know, with all the times that people can notice what Dante's thinking without Dante saying it out loud, I imagine, I mean, like a true Italian, Dante clearly talks with their hands a bunch, right? And that's how the sitters, like, understand what Dante means without them actually speaking.
예상한 만큼 걸려서 만들었을 뿐이에요.
Streamer, do you have a job? Okay, that one got me. Fair enough.
파우스트는 천재예요. 도시의 모든 것을 알고 있죠.
어이, 그렇게 뛰어나시다면 저 앞에 가서 길부터 찾아주지 그래. 아까부터 저것들이 시끄러워서.
I remember being so
못하겠잖아.
pissed off at Heathcliff in Canto One.
파우스트는 오지랖쟁이가
God.
아니에요. 묻는 것에는 대답하지만 묻지도 않은 것을 말하지는 않아요. 그리고 인간이 무언가를 깨닫기 위해 골똘한 고민을 하는 건 가장 즐거운 일이랍니다.
뭘 골똘히 고민을 해봤어야 공감을 하죠.
Maybe not incorrect.
나랑 마음이 꽤 맞는 것 같네, 관리자 양반.
Streamer absolute resonance greatly enhances the skills in the chain. God, that shit fucking kills me.
대충 다 작살낸 모양인데 빨리빨리 돌아가자고. 이 정도면 의뢰한 놈도.
Oh, there's more tutorial here? Damn.
바로 간다.
그래.
Do you believe in Cassetti ID? I mean, what other ID could we really get from Warp, right?
응? 무슨 이 뒷골목에 내가 아는
I'm more confused, like, what ego would we get from Warp if it's not just, like, another dimension shredder, right? I would actually be interested to know. W. Roja? Come on, guys. You cannot even tell me that W. Rodian would be more interesting than Cassetti ID.
단테, 머리가 시계라서 다행이야. 저런 거였음 쳐다볼 때마다 헛구역질했을 것 같아.
저거 그레고르 씨랑 같은 강화 시술 아니에요?
저런 징그러운 벌레 대가리를 일부러 붙여놓는다고?
가까이 붙지 마. 너한테도 해충병 없는다.
정말이에요?
장난이야. 내 개그 센스가 이상한 건가?
Kids these days.
과거 G사에서는 대부분의 직원들이 그레고르 씨처럼 생체 무기 시술을 받았어요.
그레고르 씨 예전 G사 출신이었어요? 그때
I do hope we get a new charge ID. Last one was, what, 10 months ago? Was it really? It was not in August. I feel like there's one I'm forgetting that was like relatively. Yeah, Reindeer Honglu. Yeah, okay, yeah.
저런 분들은
Speaking of Honglu, this is the first line he has had besides the introduction. Is the Canto 2 stream going to be when Laysalt releases? I could actually line that up, yeah. I was actually thinking of doing it earlier than that, probably like Tuesday. Maybe on Monday. I could have the I was thinking of doing Canto 2 and Canto 3 together.
아, 풍류가 있는 분들이로군요.
But I might do like a smaller Canto 2 stream and then a Canto 3 stream when Lei Hung Merceau releases. But I also would rather probably do a stream on my actual account. I don't know. I assume people would want to be in there for the Lei Hung gameplay, right? Which this account does not have.
보아하니 저들 역시 우리의 여정을 방해할 마음인가 보군. 내려야 하지 않겠어, 그레고르?
You're credit organizing stream times, Escu. I can feel the sarcasm.
굳이 날 찝어서 말하는 이유는?
글쎄, 남의 추억을 내 입으로 떠들고 싶진 않은 걸. 앞장서, 그레고르. 이유는 네가 잘 알잖아.
고약한 사람이네.
Yeah, that's pretty mean, frankly.
어디 앞장서는 거 별로 안 좋아하는데.
Just save up for Lei Hung? That's not very fun.
넌 뭐야?
It's more fun to gamble constantly.
팔을 가지고 있지?
가만, 낯익은 얼굴인데.
주로 포스터나 잡지에 서식했던 적이 있지.
그런 게 중요한 건 아닌 것 같은데요, 관리자님.
신경 쓰이긴 하지만 아무렴 어때? 어쨌든 이 앞으로 못 지나간다.
Will Tiger Salt save Burn? Burn does not need saving.
그런데 이것들은 왜 대놓고 벌레 모습인 척
Burn's doing alright right now. I don't think any status effect needs saving currently.
어린애들은 마주치면 눈물부터 터뜨리겠어. 그렉처럼 티라도 덜 나면 좋잖아.
Because we also, I mean, like, Lei Hung Merceau gives us access to Capote Merceau again for the first time. Charge? Charge is doing fine still. The IDs that are good are still good. Saving implies that the status is bad, chat. Just because Charge is not very good in MD doesn't mean that it's bad.
내가 특이한 케이스야. 대부분은 머리통에.
Does Charge need more IDs? Kind of. Yeah. Rupture, you're hilarious.
이걸 운이 좋았다고 해야 할지는 모르겠지만.
Yeah, you know, considering what we know about you, I would not consider you lucky either.
이유는 모르겠지만 저 사람들 우리가 로보토미 집으로 향하는 걸 막으려는 것 같았어요.
이들도 황금 가지를 노리는 거야?
그럴지도. 그 정수를 원하는 자는 널렸으니까 각각이 바라는 소망도 다양할 테고.
왜 날 쳐다봐? 내가 알 리가 없잖아.
Burn is great, but has 1/3 the amount of IDs. Yeah, but at least all the ones that have been released recently are good. So it's not as bad. Oh, we're using Ego. Yep. That's nice. Press the win rate button. Oh shit, he's so strong. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Now we can finally beat that pesky individual.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
Oh, we're gonna hear the old body sack. I missed this line. This is a classic right there. The new one is good too, but... Okay, it's kind of a weird place to mention thread spinning, but okay. I don't really mind.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
쉽네.
So Rhodey and Ego said something before Canto 2? Nope.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
Definitely not. I already missed Old Honglu Ego line. New one is Yap City. I haven't used it since the stream, so... Then again, I've been literally just playing Deltarune, so I've not really been playing Limbus too much recently.
깔끔한 전투였어요. 적의 모든
We make an advanced tutorial video? I think the world is ready for an advanced tutorial video. Okay, chat, do I keep gambling or do I wait for a 10 pull? I miss Space Ego's not costing sanity. I do too, but it was definitely way too good. Ten pull? You guys are so boring. Oh my god. Overclocking? Oh! Okay, wow. There's an actual tutorial.
이게 최선이겠죠?
도착했다. 역시 카로는 길을 알았던 거야. 역시는 무슨 역시예요. 저랑 싱클레어 씨가 양쪽에서 얼마나 고생했는데.
Did you redeem the lunacy for Prologue? I did. I'm not stupid, don't worry.
그래도 이제 동남쪽과 동북쪽을 구분할 수 있어서 다행이에요, 카론.
I said as I was getting it that someone would mention something about it. It's not your fault for asking about it. It's a fair question. A lot of people do forget about it. Some people probably still have it from launch and forgot about it.
저도 직접 보는 건 처음이네요. 그 일이 있고 나서 시간이 오래 지나진 않았을 텐데.
Doesn't Merceau say something about the White Knights and Dark Days?
세상에 어떻게 건물이 이 모양일 수가 있죠?
Maybe that's just like a fan theory.
부잣집 도련님한테는 익숙하지 못한 광경인가 보군.
잡담은 그만. 하차한다.
유리 씨와 같은 사무소의 해결사분들이에요. 엘사지부에 이미 몇 번이나 방문한 적이 있는 경험자들이죠.
인사하지. 왼쪽에 있는 분은 홉킨스 씨.
Yo, Hopkins
그리고
mentioned.
오른쪽에 계시는 분이 아야시다.
Oh, an advanced tutorial even cover? I think an advanced tutorial would honestly be partially game mechanics and partially guides on fights that people get stuck on. Like Dongbaek, Ricardo, all of those. I think that's like what the video would be. Because people ask me for that a lot.
안녕하십니까.
Hi, Aya.
붉은 시선님, 직접 만나뵐 수 있어서 정말 영광입니다. 소문으로만 익히 들어왔어요.
Are you enjoying the changes to the base tutorial? I mean, yes, absolutely. It's one of those things that I have been asking for. Like, that was the Bring Back Railways before Bring Back Railways was a thing that I was on about. So I'm glad to see that Project Moon has listened to me in multiple regards. Whether that's been directly from me or from people parroting my opinions, I don't really care. But, I'm glad about it. Yeah.
저 앞에 허름한 창고 보이지? 안쪽에 지하로 내려가는 계단이 있다. 계단부터는 여기 유리 씨가 맡을 거고.
네.
여기 해결사 분들도 경력직이니 돌발 상황에는 잘 대처해
Yeah.
줄 거야.
They definitely will.
이만하면 되었겠지. 내 동행은 여기까지다. 버스에서 너희들을 기다리고 있겠어. 언제까지고 뒷바라지를 해주고 있을 거라 생각했다면 큰 오산입니다, 단테.
You excited for C branch adept at the end of 8.5? Is that what Kim Ji-hoon said that a show ID would be? Is it actually a C branch adept? I mean, they'll probably be actually relevant to the story if so.
혼자서 발 뻗고 쉬고 있겠다는 건가?
Backseat.
애당초 내가 동행하면
I'm guessing? Okay.
관광하러 내려가는 거나 다를 바가 없지 않겠나.
I didn't think so. I've seen two people mention it though, so I wasn't sure. Did I miss anything? I swear you didn't have FFF before. It's a trial.
한마디로 실컷 쥐어 터지고 썰리고 오라는 거군.
Just an adept? Okay.
보통 저렇게 말하면 항상 다른 꿍꿍이가 있던데.
편한 대로 생각해. 특별히 가이드 분까지 붙여줬으니.
I'll be actively mad if it's another C or Mao. If it's another Mao ID, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do, man. Because people are just gonna say, but it's Aura, and I'll just be ignored forever.
네, 잘 해내고 오겠습니다. 붉은 시선님.
최선을 다해보긴
Holy
할게요.
Hopkins has a fucking forehead. I didn't even realize. Oh, wow, that's a lot of resources. Sin resistances, that's good.
해보겠습니다.
이 불 또한
I forgot this does not have attack weight when it's below Threadspin 4.
어떠냐?
They teach you how to ego spam. Hell yeah.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
What were your polls? Okay, there's a lot of people who are not realizing that this is a trial thing.
이불 또한
I do not actually have it. The only ego I have is Yasunyada Heathcliff.
해냈어요.
Yep. It's funny that they forcibly corrode her for this, instead of teaching you that you can, like, hold down on it. But they probably do that later.
모든 것을 태우는 것.
I never get to see these animations, so It's about the same. Okay. Well, nice. I didn't realize that was on Otis until I heard the hurt sound effect. Or the stagger sound. Damn, Otis almost fucking died. You never used corrosion? No. I barely ever get to see 4th match flame corrosion. Okay, they do it here. Okay, yeah, everything's covered here. Makes me wonder why my video still does get views, because this is very in-depth, frankly. I heard you the first 2 times, but okay. You're funny? I had COVID when I recorded that tutorial. That video is not funny. It is such a shame that that video got so popular because I was out of it when I was recording that shit. Okay, I was wondering when they were gonna do this. Yep. Okay, this is all good. Okay, nice. Do you believe that Dante's Iron? No.
잘 되었으면 좋겠네요.
단테, 잠깐 나 좀 보시죠. 미리 말해두자면 저들은 8급 해결사입니다.
Tutorial review? I've been told that there's a lot more tutorial even beyond this, right?
서열이 낮은 심부름꾼이라는 뜻입니다.
I do have to say, okay, and this kind of goes against what I've been preaching, unfortunately. I think there's a lot of tutorial now, which is both a good thing in terms of understanding the game, but it does also kind of bog it down a little bit. I am noticing that so far. But again, if you're a new player, you don't know this stuff yet, so, you know.
저들을 이용은 하되 의존하려 하지 말아야 할 겁니다.
Better a slow start than a bad experience later. I do agree. It's for the best, for sure.
어쩌면 그 버스 안에서
They're gonna talk corrosion in Canto 2? I think that's probably accurate, yeah. Corrosion is such a niche mechanic anyways.
문을 빕니다. 단테.
See you later, Virgilius. God, that only rolls a 10. It's so weird using like uptie 1 or uptie 2 IDs. I'm so used to my beautiful uptie 4. I'm a spoiled little Limbillion user.
설마 벌써 죽었냐?
Didn't we already have Ryoshu corroding into 4th match flame? That's because that was part of a tutorial. Realistically, when did you expect Aleph Ego? I could see it happening during Ryoshu Kanto. Like near the end, probably. Near the end of the Inferno Kantos, I should say. Not near the end of Ryoshu's season. I don't think it'll be like Faust Kanto or something. I think it'll be before then. How did Esku have multi-crack Heathcliff? I pulled on the Heathcliff extraction banner, that is how.
압도했습니다.
Thank
제
you.
기존 범술보다
Kamiso.
한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
Branch DO2.
시청자의 수가 대폭 증가하겠군요.
I think I'll have enough for a 10 pull after this. Maybe it'll be close. Okay. This is all fine. Let's go. I'm frankly not too worried. We're already here. Canto One is not very long. Think we will get revisits, recantos of Gregor and Roja? I mean, after Inferno, yeah. The classic dungeon music.
냄새가 지독해요.
허파 속으로 쓰레기가 막 붙고 있어.
Me when I log onto Twitter and breathe in.
되려 머리가 맑아지는 냄새요.
Never mind.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만 이 안에서 죽으면 전투가 끝나도 되살아나지 못해요.
되살아나?
유행하는 개그인가 봐. 요샌 도시에 무슨 이야기가 떠도는지도 모를 정도가 되어버렸어.
정확한 관측이십니다. 시체의 붕괴기에 다다른 것으로 보이는군요.
You're so smart, Dante. You can identify corpses. Nice.
벌레들이 한창 잔치라도 여는 모양이네.
얼른 서두르자고.
응? 그래. 자기 혹시 벌레 무서워해?
이건 노파심인데 설마 벌레 시체를 얼굴에 들이대는 유치한 짓은
짠!
하지 않을 거라비. 아이! 저리 저리! 뭐가 이렇게 웃긴 거야?
웃기잖아. 벌레를 무서워하는 게 다른 사람도 아닌 자기일 줄은. 그래. 그렇게 싫었어?
됐어.
Poor fucking guy.
거기 장난은 그만 쳐라. 관리자님이 신경 쓰셔야 할 거리를 만들지 말란 말이다.
잠깐. 이 시체는 아직 온기가 있군요.
공격받은 건 꽤 최근인 듯하구려.
우리 아니 로보토미 코퍼레이션 직원들은 아니네요.
여긴 이제 금광이나 다름없는 곳이 되어버려서 어중이 떠중이들도 모여든다더군요. 몇몇 해결사나 조직들 사이에선 로보토미 드림이나 엔케팔린 러쉬란 말이 도는 정도니까요.
로드 앤 러쉬. 멋있는 줄임이군.
God, I forgot how strange it is to hear like Ryoshu, Honglu, and Merceau speaking. It feels like they speak more nowadays. I mean, I know this Kanto isn't very long, so that's probably part of it, but like, damn.
조용히 있다가 기껏 말한다는 게.
Another Ishmael Sai?
그러한 잉글리쉬는 본래의 뜻을 가물하게 만들지 않겠소.
제 말이 그 말이. 이상 씨, 뭔가 말수가 많아진 것 같은데요?
이상하오?
그이는 원래 말수가 적지 않은
Okay,
사람이에요.
Yisong's word choices makes a lot more sense when you actually like know what his Kanto is about. Whereas the Ishmael Sai counter, I think we're at 4 now.
최근에 조금 바뀌었을 뿐.
관찰력이 높은 졸개가 많아지는 건 나쁘지 않은 일이지. 계속 지금의 상태를 유지해줬으면 좋겠군.
마치 그대가 캡틴 같구려. 관리자께서 할 일이라고 보호만.
제가 주제가 넘었습니다.
Have her taken out back.
우리가 아까 마주쳤던 자들이랑 비슷해 보이지 않나요?
God, this theme really... Again, when you're a new player, this theme is not grating. But oh my god. I have heard it so much.
거수자?
It's very Limbus, and not in like a good way, really.
거동 수상자 적일지도 모른다고.
마주칠 수밖에 없겠군.
It's not even MD PTSD, it's just MD burnout.
거기 누구야? 뭐야? 이 근방엔 우리들 뿐이라며.
This is a pretty classic CG.
입구 쪽에서 처리를 못한 건가?
I don't know why this one always like stood out in my mind. You can turn the music off. I'm getting the experience of playing this game.
어이 벌레들.
I'm not gonna turn the sound off
시체들은
randomly.
너네 친구들이냐?
Not Kim Ji-hoon fault if you kept farming MD. It kind of is actually because it's the only content of the game. So
시체? 나이 새끼.
잠깐.
어디서 온 찌꺼기들인진 모르겠지만 들어봐. 어차피 너희도 엔케팔린을 챙기러 온 거지. 거기는 너희에게 양보할게. 서로 챙길 것만 챙기고 좋게 좋게 헤어지자. 고.
알아본 거 같네.
이 배신자 녀석.
아, 너는 전방에 소속돼 있었나 보네. 어때? 그래도 포스트.
헛소리 집어쳐. 내가 너 따위에게 경례를 했었다는 게 역겨우니까.
I come from a gacha game where old content like Railways are on a week timer that switches every day/week. How'd you feel about that for past Railways? They should be unlockable, permanent, static content that are unlocked after Canto 3, 4, and 5, so on and so forth.
이런 실물이 되고 한 것도 아닌데.
I hope the new Railways are something like MD that you can do instead of MD. Okay, so there was a new mode mentioned on that roadmap livestream as well, and that's the thing I hope is kind of a secondary MD, like a replacement thing. But I kind of doubt that'll be the case. It'd be nice though.
우린 아니었어. 이 기만자 새끼야. 우린 전쟁에서 패배하자마자 버려졌다고.
The revisit to Railway 1 is not an MD replacement.
버려진 건 나도
It is just a piece of content that will be there. Which is good.
그 중에서도 너희들은 버려진 벌레처럼 살아가기 선택했나 보지?
Also, people being scared of Uptype 5 is funny, considering they only mentioned Threadspin 5. Which I think is a pretty different thing.
당신도 군 출신이라면 알잖아. 앞에 서 있는 것들과 싸우게 될지.
순순히 보내줄 생각이었는데.
저 배신자 새끼째로 잘라 죽여주지. 어이없는 새끼들이네. 우리가 엔케팔린을 가져오면 그대로 뒤통수 갈겼을 것들이.
그랬던 거였어요?
That's Forest already cost me so much shard and thread, my ass cannot get Threadspin 5. Here's the cool thing. I really doubt Threadspin 5 will do too much to many ego. And on that topic, what Threadspin 5 are you looking forward to? I don't know. There'll probably be some really random one that makes an ego interesting. I'd say the ones I look forward to most are probably the base ego. Just on the basis of those are the ones that everyone has, and it's kind of the most interesting.
가진 놈들도 뒤통수를 쳐 때리는 판인데 그럼 말랑한 걸 기대하냐 너?
Yes, Soto Honglu would be interesting if they change it from a flat number to a percentage, because that means that they really fucked it up and they'll recognize that. It still won't be good once it gets a percentage, but it'll make it usable. Three attack power body sack once again. Yeah, I don't think that'll be happening. Yep, I know how dungeons work, thank you. Is this the first focused encounter? I forget if it's... I'm pretty sure it's Pectilum Goulet soon. I guess we're not really getting skill slots. Well, that's the next fight. We're fighting these guys first, I think. Yeah, okay. They did say it'd be for the kind of bad ones first and foremost.
깨달으면 괴롭지.
Wait, did they say that?
두렵진 않네요.
That's actually... I know they said it'd be gradual. I didn't realize they mentioned specifically the bad ones. Because that makes me much more interested.
다른 보안 업체에 취직을 해도 이것보다는 나았을 텐데.
But I would like to know if that's real or if that's speculation.
평생을 군인으로 살았던 자들이다. 다른 직업으로 새 출발하기엔 적응하고 바뀌어야 할 것들이 너무 많았겠지.
그리고 몰락한 날개 출신이라는 건 엄청난 꼬리표야. 누가 받아주면 구두발이라도 핥아줘.
That was so fast, yeah. It kind of makes these story segments kind of odd. It's just instantly dead. Kim Jun said he wanted to do stuff like the Sung's fourth match playing first. Okay. Well, that makes me more excited for the concept in general, because it means that there won't be things like Fluid Sack getting it first. Project Moon livestream breakdown win. I was in the Sinnoh livestream, if you want to know my reaction to it live.
아니에요. G사나 L사나 상황은 비슷했겠죠. 날개가 부러진다는 건 그만큼 혼란스러운 사건이니까요.
Fluid Sack, Thread Spin 5 should be like +2 coin power and nothing else. See, even that would be a pretty significant buff to Fluid Sack, I'll be honest. Like...
삶을 깨치기 위함이라.
You go and get the pianist lasagna from Ham Ham Pang Pang? If I get like $1 bajillion from YouTube, yeah, sure. That shit's expensive, man. Okay. This has been in the game, I think. Or maybe it was only in Ebony Apple that it happens. By the way, this is nice. Yep. Okay. Are you in Korea? Nope. I heard a different word. I considered saying pianist, the way people mispronounce it, but... Or pianist, I guess is how people actually mispronounce it. Sell merch, we'll give you money. I do need to get back on that merch mindset, honestly. That is something I would like to do. It is just, a scary thing if you try and do merch and it just doesn't do well at all, as well. Hypothetically, if you're in Korea, does that mean if you go to Ham Ham Pang Pang, you'll be ordering for all of us like we're on a school trip? Yeah, I'll throw like a really shitty pizza party. Okay, they mentioned speed. Interesting that they literally forcibly make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. But I don't think Sank Merceau can roll a 1. You can probably get some very silly screenshots with that. But they actually talk about how you can clash it regardless of speed. That's very nice. And unopposed attacks. Sell a cardboard box with an ES on it. Yeah, it's a great idea. I was thinking of making like a little plushy guy. A little plush cube. That'd be the main thing. The thing that's tricky for me is that I'd want to make merch that I would wish to buy myself, and I am not really a big merchandise guy. Escu mousepad. No. I will not be having the, like, ES on the mousepad with big honkers. As much as that would obviously fly off the shelves.
설마 벌써 죽었냐?
Esgu barrel. What does that even mean? Do other YouTubers have barrels?
전 처음 봐요. 이런 것들은
모른다고?
아니 그게
Esgu gaming chair? That'd be a good excuse for me to get a chair myself. Mr. Streamer, do you like Los Mariachi Hefe Sinclair? I'm hoping Ida comes back somehow to justify getting later in the Mirror World's timeline ID. I do like silly Mariachi Sinclair, despite how terrible he is.
우리가 굳이 추락한 날개에 깃털을 준 이유가 뭔지 알지 않나?
ASMR stream win. I don't think anyone would actually want that.
엘사의 지부의 의뢰를 조금이나마 안전하게 해결하려고.
잘하네. 하급 관리직.
He's not making a gaming chair, they're all Garbo.
것도 없었어.
Yeah, they do kind of seem like a scam. Esco Cube when Squeeze says your trademark line. I love Soda Honglu. I think there was like some talks. I've talked vaguely about merch. It would be kind of cute to have like the little S Cube guy in the Soda outfit. Like a little charm, not like a plushie or anything. Just a small thing alongside bigger merch.
길었네. 그리고 저 환상 체인지 환장 체인지 하는 걸 어떻게 조져야 할지 알려주는 거. 근데 처음 본다는 말이나 하면 우린 어떻게 해야 되는 거냐? 어?
호핀스 배고파졌어? 살살 좀 해.
She's feeling hangry, specifically.
유리 씨가 처음 본 게 확실하다면 이 개체는 환상체에서부터 비롯된 또 무언가. 어쩌면
그 코퍼레이션이 모든 환상체를 관리하고 있지는 않았을 수도 있어. 유리양이 공부를 소홀히 하지 않았다면 스스로를 탓할 필요도 없을
Why doesn't the
것이오.
big Esgu eat the little Esgu? Yeah, that's a good question. The Esgu food chain is really
뭘 간질거리게 입씨름을 하고 있어.
one of nature's biggest questions. Why is the funny cube man replaying Limbus? Man, if only there was like something entitled the stream or the description that might give you like a vague idea of why I could be replaying Limbus Company, but unfortunately I did not do that. Also very true, Heathcliff.
시킨다면 할
Oh!
뿐이다.
I knew he would have more than one line. That's 3 Merceau lines. I think in the Canto, right? Or 2? Is it 2? I'm pretty sure that's 2 Merceau lines. That's huge. Scoot lost his account. Yep.
삶을 깨치기 위함이라.
That was for the review of Deltarune. God, Deltarune's so good. I am very bad at rhythm games, chat. So I've been trying to learn how to do rhythm games for the one segment in Chapter 3 of Deltarune. Holy shit, I don't like rhythm games. Just because I am bad at them.
좋은 결투. 야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
It's not raise up your bat that's the problem. It's the one that's in fucking Castletown. 2 buttons? Yeah, I know. I feel like a dumb idiot baby loser when I miss a note. That's the problem with rhythm games.
역시 붉은 시선님의 수아들답게 능력도 만만치가 않군요.
수아라고?
아이고, 우리 호킨스가 말실수를 해서. 그런데 왜 이렇게 꾸물럭대는 거야, 호킨스?
Aya's funnier than I remember. Maybe that's why people like her so much. I know people still think of her pretty fondly. I mean, she's about to die right now, so.
무슨 말을 하는 거야? 내가 언제?
So it's 3 a.m. I need to sleep, but unfortunately I'm on a boat in the Atlantic and am nauseous. So thank you for streaming so that I can take my mind off of the boat. You're on a fucking boat? That's crazy. You should be here for the Canto 5 stream, not the Canto 1 stream. How do they have Wi-Fi? Yeah, that's my question.
이쯤이면 적당하겠네요. 단테, 눈을 감고 어둠 속에 숨어 있는 별을 찾아보세요.
Horsemen.
너무 찬란하지도 않고 은은하게
That'll be a good Canto to replay. I look forward to the Canto 5 replay a lot. Because I'm also very interested to see, they nerfed Picantrio, right? Because I played pre-nerf Picantrio and I don't remember, what was different about it. Or, like, what they changed when they did nerf the fight.
별을 찾는 것만이라면 아프지는 않죠. 다시 눈을 뜨면 까마득했던 별은 당신과 눈을 맞추고 있을 거예요.
The classic CG.
아니요. 당신을 통해서 이젠 모두가 던전이 아니지만 모두가 별을 통해 당신을 통한 혜택을 받을 수 있게 되었죠.
그럼 얼른 시계 돌려주세요.
How?
어깨뼈 쪽이 아까부터 탈구된 것 같거든요.
돌린다고요? 아, 그 시계 정말 돌릴 수 있는 거였어요?
돌아가기만 하겠어? 엄청 신기한 능력을 가지고 있다고. 유리 씨도 한번 구경해봐.
Dante listening to Tian Tian. I want some Escu-themed gum. I read that very differently.
알을 깨치기 위함이라.
I think I saw the M at the end of that word as an N, and I thought that you wanted an Escu-themed gun.
그 시계 진짜 신기하네요. 정말 듣도 보도 못한 기술이에요.
이 정도면 특이점 수준인데 대체 어떤 날개가 뒤에?
I don't think I could legally distribute guns as merch. But I can ask people at YouTube, I guess.
단테, 왜 네 머리를 붙잡고 있는 거야?
파우스티안. 관리자께서 가진 시계는
Thumb soldado Escu,
돌려줄 수는
yeah.
없어?
I guess a water gun, yeah, that would be fine, surely.
시계는 수감자들에게만 동작해요.
아, 차라리 그게 낫네.
Yeah, because you're about to die.
배에 구멍이 숭 났는데
That would suck.
못 죽고 되살아나지면 그게 더 끔찍하잖아.
I mean, this is a pretty stupid joke, frankly.
배가 뚫린 거면 운이 좋은 거지. 몇 초 안에 죽으니까.
I don't know if I like this writing. This is probably the first thing where I'm like, okay, well. I guess it's not really in her stomach, more of her chest. Foreshadowing? Is it really foreshadowing when it's, you know, more treated as a joke?
전원, 전투 준비.
내가 말했지. 난 항상 운이 좋았다니까.
Unlucky.
이미 절명했어.
자, 아니, 이럴 때일수록
Dramatic irony? Yeah, kind of.
일반적인 공격의 형태를 취하고 있지 않네요. 환상체일 가능성이 높습니다.
관리자님, 명령을 부탁드립니다.
Yeah, you saw him coming in there like, did you know that she's dead? Ah, that's unlucky. Unfortunate.
현명한 판단이십니다.
저 째까기는 소리가
관리자님의 명령이다. 졸개들아.
Yisong talks more than I remember? Yisong talks a lot. In like, pre-Canto 4. I feel like he talks less now, actually. Though he still talks a good amount.
포위 진영을 구축한다. 목표는 전방의 거수자.
네.
그런데 저걸 잘하고 칭할 수 있는지가 의문이구만.
Don't know. Did they change the classification on this? Okay, yeah, bullshit. That's a That's a fucking VOV. Yep. Local parts. This was different, I feel like. I feel like this wasn't, how it's laid out right now. The turrets? Yeah, I get it, but like, Jesus, man. I love how sometimes IDs will just use animations at range. Has anything been updated? I destroyed the fruit part. Wow. 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 Could you kill this on... Wait, can you kill this Apno, like, before you get the, Apno choice tutorial? I don't think I will. I could if I get really lucky. That's unfortunate. Yeah, okay. With level 55, you need to be easy, but then you wouldn't get the tutorial, would you? Or I guess you can use support, right? Okay. Choice events. This one is literally, like, almost unfailable. I thought it was gonna happen, I'm gonna be honest. Yep, we're fine. I used to hate Yisong, I thought he'd be generic, edgy anime OC. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got initially, too. Would that have been foreshadowing or dramatic irony? That would have been dramatic irony. If you go back and replay tutorial levels, they still play? Oh. I did not know that. I knew that for the prologue, but not for these Canto One levels. Yeah, and that was a VOV. So, I guess Clyfoth deterrence is really strong.
커피 포트?
Yep.
환상체들을 약화시키는 힘이에요. 격리실에서 보다 안전하게 환상체를 관리하기 위해 사용되는 겁니다. 황금가지를 회수할수록
Yisong was saved from the edgy bin by Gubo being an absolute bum. More like an angry toxic ex.
나중엔 100번을 죽었다 깨어나도 힘들 수 있다는 말이네요.
분명 숨통은 끊어졌습니다. 관리자님의 탁월한 지휘 덕택이죠. 역시 관리자님입니다.
God, Otis, I forgot how annoying you are.
아이, 너희 눈엔 이 단단해 보이는 지하천장이 안 보이냐?
이쪽을 보세요.
환상체의 핵이군요. 적절하게 제압했을 경우 이러한 아래 모양으로 환원되죠.
그리고 부화할 거예요.
I'm of the opinion that Otis was never really that annoying to me. I actually liked Otis a lot because I've read the Odyssey, and it's always cool to see Otis's references to the Odyssey. But, yeah, early Otis is definitely something.
뭐? 그런 개 같은 일이.
이것들이 죽지 않는다는 소리인가요?
환상체는 죽지 않아요. 그래서 일사의 생산 에너지량이 어마어마했던 거기다.
Mario Odyssey, thank you for the insight, chat. I appreciate it.
이 상태의 핵을 격리실에 가져다 놓는 게 제가 하는 일이었는데.
알이 다시 깨어나기 전까지 저희가 해야 할 일은 뭐죠?
림버스 컴퍼니에는 이런 환상체들을 담당하는 부서가 별도로 있어요. 그들이 회수해 갈 겁니다.
그 애프터 팀이요? 안내받을 때 들었던 기억이 나네요.
그럼 시간 끌지 말고 빨리 부르세요.
Mario Odyssey is what they call the Dante Otis ship. I don't think that's what they do, actually.
연락은 메피스토펠레스에서 가능합니다.
그건 그렇겠지.
I forgot how long these exhibition scenes are in Canto One. Me too, actually.
너무 걱정할 필요는 없습니다. 황금가지만 찾는다면 싫어도.
Again, I went into this dungeon expecting to like it more than I remember it. So far, that's not the case. It's about what I remember.
이곳을 다시 오게 될 줄 몰랐어요.
대체적으로 로보토미 지부들은 여러 개의 층으로 구성이 되어 있어요. 그리고 각자 층마다 주인이 되는 환상체들이 존재할 거예요.
어? 아까 그런 게 또 나온다고?
그런 그 전투 정보? 아니 그걸 대체 어떻게 알고 있는 거야?
Picked up around when Gregor entered the Fathoms. I do know that.
파우스트는 모든 걸 알고
That's what I am looking forward to.
안내에서는 비포팀이 사전 정찰을 한다고 하더라고요.
Because I know Hopkins' betrayal happens right before Doomsday, or roughly around then.
관계자라서 하는 것뿐이잖아.
틀린 말을 하진 않았잖아요.
어쨌든 주요 적군이 매 층에 하나씩은 존재한다는 거군. 등 뒤에 적을 두고서 전진하는 멍청한 일은 할 수 없으니 결국 그 층의 환상체를 정리해야만 하겠군.
파우스트가 할 말을 앗아가 버렸네요.
말하지 않더라도 의도를 전달할 수 있다면
단테, 별을 볼 때예요.
Like why people like Yuri so much, I feel like it really is due to Gregor and Yuri's interactions. We'll get to those actually good interactions soon. Again, it's not that I don't like Yuri, it's just that I knew from the beginning that she would die, and therefore I was not attached to her. What do you think about a Canto 1-2 overhaul? I don't think it's necessary. Okay, right, this scene.
그레고르 과장,
당신 얼굴은 알 것도 같아.
자네 부장이었다. 혼자 도망친 것도 모자라 이젠 옛 전우이자 내 부하 녀석들까지 죽였군.
이봐, 전쟁은 10년 전에 끝났어. 아직도 병정놀이에서 벗어나지 못했나?
Probably sometimes you know a character's gonna die, but you still want them not to. Yeah, it's just like I knew it as soon as I saw her, so I kind of disassociated, you know? Literal LobCorp mindset.
끝나? 아무것도 안 끝났다. 아무것도 끝나지 않았다고. G사에서 도망치면서 네 전쟁은 끝났을지도 모르겠지만 우리는 아직도 전쟁의 한복판에 계속 서 있다.
이런 동질감은 갖고 싶진 않았지만 나라고 크게 다르지도 않아.
그렇다면 이해해야지, 과장. 전쟁터에서 배신자에게 내려지는 결론은 항상 똑같다고.
그럴듯하게 말하지만 복수를 위한 집결체험은 사칙 위반이야. 부장 양반.
I don't want to say it too early, but I think more than the other Cantos in terms of, like, having a good time with it. Because Canto 1 has the unfortunate downside of needing to explain these things. But it lives and dies by how much you are interested in Gregor right off the bat. Which, luckily, Gregor is such a good character that I think most people are on board almost instantly.
고통스러운 밤.
Is it me or Rousseau doesn't talk in this Canto very much? You could be talking about any Canto right now, and I wouldn't know.
두렵진 않네요.
한때는 널 존경하는 자들도 있었지. 그래고
존경해달라고 부탁한 적은 없었어.
Wonder why they chose the order of introductions for Canto layout or whatever? I think the order they chose is pretty good.
더 이상은
Seeing
전쟁하지
how,
마라.
like, over half of them have played out.
그곳은 지옥이야.
미안하지만 그러기는 힘들 것 같아. 성실하게 일하지 않으면 잘리거든.
돈에 명예까지 팔아버린 거냐?
애저녁에 훈장이랑 같이 팔았지. 집주인이 월세를 독촉해서 말이야.
너도 우리와 다를 것 없군. 결국 우리는 역겨운.
That was a good line, by the way. I do like that he. It's Gregor just not caring about how people sees him. It's interesting because he's shit on so much, and he doesn't carry any self-respect, I guess, in terms of him being like a war veteran and all of that, which is probably fair considering he was practically raised to be a warrior, which is probably not the most fun thing to go through. And by probably, I mean we literally are gonna see it pretty soon.
어이. 담배.
이번만이다.
미안. 저거한테 내 담배를 나눠서 물려주기는 싫었거든.
No pride. I remember before season 3, no Gregor ID had pride, and that was interesting to me. I think we're at the point where there's no sinner that doesn't have a sin affinity on any of their IDs, right? I know Otis and Envy was like a big one for a while, and then we got Warp Otis. But I'm pretty sure every sinner has at least one ID with a sin. I'm so happy I can speak Korean that I can fully comprehend how good the VA work in the game is, especially Gregory's is a whole different level. Full tier or two above everyone else. Yeah, I mean, even without understanding Korean, genuinely, even the English-speaking side of the community agrees how good a lot of the voice acting is, and especially Gregor, most times.
잘 되었으면 좋겠네요.
이곳부터는 폐장병들이 머물렀던 흔적조차 보이지 않네요.
Thorn's corrosion still gives chills. Man, I'm so sad about that. I wish it was timed better in the corrosion. I wish the ego was better. I wish you could actually ever use the corrosion without nuking your sanity and your resources, whatever. There's plenty of other good examples of voice acting, though, in his IDs, so it's not a big deal.
더 이상 전진은 하지 말라고도 경고하던데.
이건 우리 아니 엘사 직원들의 시체예요.
둔기로 맞은 흔적이요.
Love watching new players get into the game. Can't wait till you see what happens next. See, that's not a very accurate message. If you were talking to a new Limbus streamer, you'd be like, oh, do you like Yuri? He doesn't know, chat.
관리 기록서. 이건 환상체 관리법을 적어두는 문서예요. 보통 관리 업무를 지정받으면 지겨울 정도로 암기일려서 들어가니까 이런 건 필요 없는데.
추측컨대 환상체가 탈출했고 아무도 관리법을 알지 못했던 게 아닐까 하오만.
What was with the mic quality on that line, Yusung?
추측컨대 환상체가 탈출했고
What's going on there, buddy?
관리법을 알지 못했던 게 아닐까 하오만.
Huh. My reaction too.
아직 격리실로 운반하지
This mic was kind of fucked up.
그럴 수도 있겠네요.
I've noticed a few times, like some Hong Lu lines would peak back in the day too. Well, not even back in the day, like Canto 7.
대체 어떤 환상체길래 이렇게 많은 수의 직원들이... 잠깐... 이게 무슨 냄새죠?
이번에 사무실에서 비싼 장비를 하나 장만했죠. 얜 또 뭐라는 거냐? 특정 층부터는 독성 검출이 높아진다고 그런 소문을 들은 적이 있어.
Ah, yes, the thing that people blame Hopkins for, despite the fact that he didn't even like poison the sinners.
나 아까부터 귀에서 피가 흐르는데 이거 괜찮은 거야?
고난 없이 어찌 전투를...
All you need to take down a blood fiend is a bit of gas.
지속 노출되면 신체에서 지속적으로 출혈을 일으킨다더군요.
정작 그렇게 말하는 본인은 너무 멀쩡한데?
이거 예전에 보급되었던 환상체 체험의
Yes.
독성 가스탄이에요. 시체들 사이에서
Why didn't he share any of this information? Because he's an asshole, yeah.
확실히 이 부분부터는 도끼가 꽤 진해지는군요.
뭐야? 우린 저런 거 없어?
제공되는 보급품은 따로 없었습니다.
You withstand the smelly smells. I know you hate them. You think they're disgusting.
이 새끼, 넌 일찌감치 알고 있었냐? 버러지.
흥분하면 혈류가 더 빨라집니다.
So you're telling me Heathcliff and the sweeper Intervallo can survive with a thing in the back of his head, but a big gas gets to him quick? Come on.
자리에서 되도록 날뛰지 말고 최대한 천천히 호흡하세요.
호킨스 씨, 왜 미리 말을 해주시지 않으셨어요?
나야말로 물어보자 유리. 별 기대도 안 하고 들여놓은 짐짝 같은 사람한테 가뜩이나 비싼 물건을 축낼
Yeah,
왜 알려야 하지?
He's a dick.
냉정하게 말하면 우리 사무실에 네가 발을 들인 것도 놀라운 거야. 아야는 널 귀엽게 봐서 챙겨주려고 했을지는 몰라도 지금은 죽었는데 무슨 상관이야? 비겁한 새끼. 그러고 살고 싶냐? 해결사에게 비겁이라니 되도 않는 말을 하네. 붉은 시선님이 데리고 다니는 이들이길래 누군지나 보려고 했더니.
This is a bad time to be thinking about this, but an ID with a crossbow really would be pretty fucking cool, huh?
제대로 된 도구나 정보도 없이
I'd like that.
여길 기어들어오는
We get a lot of guns, but not a lot of, like, different ranged weapons, right? Like, just kind of different guns. I guess the reindeer mind whip is different in a way. You need a bow ID? Yeah, I'd like different range weapons. That'd be fun.
저딴 새끼를 그냥 두고만 봐야 한다니.
Slingshot ID? We already have Wishing Care and Dawn. I think that's the closest we're gonna get to a slingshot, frankly.
그래도 덕분에 엔케팔리는 쏠쏠하게 얻어갈 수 있었어. 창피할 테니까 질식사 말고 행방불명이라고 보고해줄게. 그럼
유품이나 챙겨주려고 들고 왔던 건데. 아야 씨가 너는 챙겨주려고 했었다면서. 그럼 네 거지.
You can tell that Velmori liked drawing Gregor because of the way that she drew him here. Or I guess at the very least, Velmori understood why other people would like Gregor, based on the way that he is drawn.
도구도 없이 기어들어온 미친 놈들은 다 살아남을 구멍이 있으니까 걱정 말고.
알고 있어요. 밤낮 없이 굳은 일을 도맡아봤자 아무 연고도 없이 사무실에 인정받는 게 쉬운 일이 아니란 거지만 지부가 폐쇄될 때까지 남은 시간은.
Looks so cool here, and he's dying. His hand is kind of like in a he's like posing, despite the blood.
구지 메모를 시작합니다.
제 눈앞에서 눈이.
에너지 전송 85% 완료.
유리, 날 두고 가지 마.
그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요? 살아남은 게 죄인가요? 동료들이랑 같이 파묻히기라도 했어야 해요? 환생체들이 도시로 빠져나오면 안.
I forgot Yuri talks about this.
회사가 통째로 폐쇄되고 있는데.
죄지. 이곳에선.
You could revive any character from the PM verse. Who would that be? That's a fucking insane question. There's a lot of people.
그 말은
Well, I guess Ruina characters don't really count.
그래.
I'm actually interested to see what chat thinks about that first. Samjo is a good one. Don Quixote Senior. That's another good one. Angelica? Yeah. It might be Angelica, honestly. But also, like, you know, the fact she dies is important.
어떠냐?
I really like Angelica. Like, even those few scenes in Ruina, she's just super cool. Like, I get why Roland was like, damn, I want to marry her. And he did, so.
계속 뻔뻔하게 살아남아야지. 일일이 죄책감 부여하다간
Speaking from experience, huh?
마음이 가만하지 않아.
Garnet. That's an interesting answer. Because we don't even really know if Garnet is, you know... That's a bit of a gray area, I feel like.
알아요. 이제 괜찮은 것 같네요. 도울게요. 가서 빨리 살리고 오죠.
Is Garnet dead technically at Esgu? I don't have answers. That's why I said it's a weird gray area. If only I knew. Ahab and Jiamu, imagine the possibilities. Drool emoji. What? I guess, okay, you are named Freak God 69. I should not be questioning these things.
삶은 고통스러운 법.
Also, Ahab is alive, yeah. It's implied that Jiamu is gonna die, so...
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
I guess they could both have like a dust off, like who can produce more dust in 20 minutes. God, I forgot there's a story on every node here. God damn.
아니에요.
Not that I really mind.
생각이 맞다면.
전방을 주시하십시오, 관리자님. 아까랑 똑같은 놈이 하나 더 있습니다.
I do think Mr. Don Quixote is also a good call. He was cool too. He was so wholesome.
안녕. 너희도 제비뽑기를 하러 왔니? 사원증을 다 모았어.
Yo, IDs, like Limbus Company.
당첨자.
What elder would die first in your opinion? I hope it's fucking Jar Grandpa.
알렉스.
제정신이 아닌데. 당첨자 타령은 뭐야?
어떤 환상체들은 관리법에 정기적으로 희생물을 정해 바치라고 쓰여져 있었죠.
그쪽으로 가면 안 돼. 그것들이 곧 찾아낼 거야.
그리고 결국 인신공양에 있었던 거구나.
네가 뽑을 차례야.
Jarman lives the longest because he'll evaporate into the ground and escape the doors. I don't think his entire body is made of liquid. He's got like a head in there, if I remember correctly.
인신 공양을 하지 않으면 어떻게 되는데요?
그건 몰라요. 관리법은 항상 철저히 지켜졌었거든요.
탈출해서 닥치는 대로 사람을 죽이고 다녔던 건가요?
그 환상체라는 놈 되게 졸렬한가 보네.
그게 무슨 말이에요?
단체로
You laugh now, but when we get Jar Grandpa Heathcliff ID, yeah, I'll really be shown then.
길을 썼더만.
They're gonna replace the Heisho ID in the interval with Jar Grandpa.
저 등신들은 지들끼리 치고받고.
Thickos. Is that British slang, or is that Heathcliff just being silly?
왜 그런 건데요?
Jarman, the biggest elder, will simply eat all the other elders. True.
뻔하지. 지부가 무너지고 한동안은 어떻게든 살아남을 거라 생각했을 거야. 꾸준히 사람을 바치기만 한다면 언젠간 구조가 될 수도 있으니까.
It's like thickhead. I mean, I understood what it meant. It's just
제비 뽑기로 몇 달은 버텼겠지.
God, that's not a real country,
일단
right?
죽으면 잠깐은 버틸 수 있으니까. 근데 그걸 희생자가 고지고대로 받아들이겠냐? 내가 죽을 바엔 눈앞에 있는 놈 머리통을 터뜨리겠어.
Jesus fucking Christ, Velmori. Yeah, Velmori really went way harder on expressions of pain and despair.
그럼 적어도 지금 내가 받쳐지는 일은 없을 테니까 뭐 그렇게 흘러갔겠지.
그러다 마지막으로 살아남아서 그들과 같은 속상을 뒤집어 쓰고 있으면 인신 공양을 피할 수 있을 거라고 생각했군요.
그럴 리가 없어요. 알렉스는 자기가 살려고 남을 죽이는 직원이 절대...
그걸 네가 어떻게 알아? 저놈이 진짜 알렉스.
I just forgot how hardcore the gore CGs were. From Canto 5 and beyond, are there even any CGs that have, like, explicit blood in them? I can't even think about it. Or I can't even think of any. There's, like, Hong Lu getting split in half, I guess, but even that's not nearly as intense. The birds? Okay, yeah. That's true. Lei Hung CG, that was a background, right? Or no, Wei was on the ground. Yeah, even that's like not nearly as intense. Ishmael and Ahab's body? Okay, that's like the first one I think really counts. See, I'm not just talking about when there's like blood, right? I'm talking things like actual pain and blood and guts. Not just like traces of blood. Which is more like what Naiga does. The squirrel? Okay, you got me.
그들이 직접 데리러 오기 전에 직접 걸어가는 편이 훨씬 편할 거야.
이만 떠나지. 이제는 곧 숨을 거둘 거다.
Edgar melting? I don't know, that one just looks that one just looked silly.
네 잘못이 아니었어. 알고 있지?
날 두고 가, 유리. 제발 날 두고 가.
The duck goo. What does that mean? I think when I initially did this, I did Donut for the person. What does this do? I feel like it's the same ego gift, probably. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the same thing. Alright, time for one of the most boring Abno fights in the game.
잠깐만. 아직 충전 덜 했거든.
Earlier Kanto gore was much more grounded? True. Why they give you an option to lose SP right before the checkpoint? I was thinking about that. That's huh.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게.
You mean when it's time to get 8 thread? Hell yeah. That's the grind set.
설마 벌써
This guy generally has a wipe if you aren't fast enough. Doesn't he just... I'm pretty sure he just wipes out his own clay dolls, right? Take a clay doll, buddy. He's so boring he doesn't even let you kill him.
삶은 고통스러운 법.
I always forget the HG song exists. That is why I'm using him. After he wipes the clay dolls, he wipes you? Okay. Well, he should be, like, basically dead at that point. That's kind of your fault.
깨달음은 괴로운 부럽지.
Show us the move where he wipes you. I'm good.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
Fave mainstay in all of Limbus lore? That's a kind of vague question. Like a character that's kind of present all throughout the entire franchise, I guess? I don't know, that's kind of tricky.
캬! 내가 먼저다!
Like power system? Is Roland an acceptable answer? Because then Roland? The fact unique death animations exist makes me annoyed because they get doing so much more with them. You know, I was thinking about that a while ago. They seem to like to reserve it for like railway bosses. Esku, my friend, hates you. Why would you tell me? Also, that was loud. Why would you tell me that? I don't understand why you think that's like valuable to mention. But okay.
유독 구더기들이 많이 보이네. 그거 그레기 들으면 기뻐하겠다. 안 그래 벌레?
We're just so mean. Oh my god. Wow.
다들 아까부터
I forget how mean she is to Gregor early on with her teasing.
소리라면 계속 들렸잖아요. 로자 씨, 이 상황에서까지 배가 고픈 거예요?
그런 건 모르는 척하는 거야. 응?
Please, girl.
아니, 그거 말고
잠깐! 거긴 환상체 격리실!
마치 그때처럼.
Putting others down to make yourself feel better? Yeah, that's true.
우리 시간 여행이라도 하는 걸까요?
딱 보면 모르는가.
I remember this was a big fucking moment actually.
전장, 한복판.
Seeing the smoke war for ourselves.
이건 꿈? 악몽? 왜 또다시?
그러니까 왜 전장 한복판에 있냔 말이야? 함정이라도 빠진 거 아니야?
아니요. 길을 잘 찾은 것 같군요. 멀지 않은 곳에 우리가 찾던 기술의 정수가
Still don't understand why there were hands in the sky in this scene. Well, they aren't in this scene, but soon. It's because of, you know, Herman's influence on Gregor's life. Also, this OST is way better than the MD theme.
황금가지요?
네. 다들 이곳이 언제인지 알아보시겠나요?
눈이라는 게 있다면 한눈에 알아보겠지. 관리자님은 모르는 게 당연합니다. 관리자님께서는 눈이 없으시니.
그걸 변명이라고 하나요?
소속을 과시하는 듯한 형형색색 촌스러운 깃발들이 나부끼는 걸로 봐선
There's some kind of war. And there's smoke.
연기 전쟁이 발발한 지
Yeah.
최소 70일 후입니다, 관리자님.
Does this music still get used? Like, beyond this scene, as far as I know, like, literally it is only here.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피해! 저 폭탄에
What's favorite intervalo? It is LCB checkup. But Murder on the Warp Express is also very good.
엽투소 직원들은 지금 전쟁이고 뭐고 지팡이 없이는 걷지도 못한다니까.
대체 이 자식은 누군데 아는 척을?
I forgot about the Dawn face in this fucking CG. This is a classic Dawn face. Fucking Kirby. tiny little thing. If I had to rank the intervalos, by the way, it'd be LCB, checkup, sweeper, and murder are kind of at the same level. Then it gets tricky from there. Man, fuck. I feel like I'm forgetting an entire intervalo. Maybe then it's time killing time? Then C. Then BL. Maybe, no, Hell's Chicken above BL, and Christmas is last. C is the worst one? No way.
그레고로 과장님.
Best pass on variant? You'll hear it at the end of the stream.
저를 모르시겠죠? 생체 관리팀 토마입니다.
What about Warp Train and Dawn Reveal? I said Warp Train is like equal to Sweeper Intervalo. The Christmas one is fucking terrible.
선발 대열에 계신 줄 알았는데 후방에 있었을 줄은 몰랐네요.
God, I'm about to replay the fucking Christmas Intervalo on this stream, aren't I? Or well, during this playthrough. God.
합류를 해야 하는 거면 제가 도와드릴까요? 전 다리 특화형이어서 점프에는 자신이.
말만 들어도 징그러워.
당신 방금 무슨 말을?
도마 대리 사원인가?
네, 2등 사원입니다.
The Christmas Intervalo has one good Heathcliff moment, though. Yeah, Christmas Intervalo defenders with one good Heathcliff moment.
내가 잘 타이르지.
그렇군요. 아무리 그래도 전시의 준비도 안 된 직원을.
미안하네. 내가 급히 데려갈 일이 있어서. 어떻게 된 거지, 파우스트 씨? 이건 내 기억이잖아.
정확히는 자아심도예요.
Gregor's voice acting is so good. Holy shit.
당신의 마음속에 나 있는 하나의 길. 우리가 그레고르 씨의 마음 안에 들어오게 되었다는 뜻이죠.
Thank you for the blurry CG as my loading screen. That was really nice.
삶을 깨치기 위함이라.
Thank you again. You couldn't give me the regular version?
토할 것 같아요. 눈앞의 것들이 모조리 일렁이고 있어서.
Do you think Christmas Intervalo would have been better with just Heath and Dawn? Yes, absolutely.
심압이 높아지고 있는 것 같군요. 하지만 무슨
불안한 악몽을 꾸었던 적이 있었던 것 같다.
Oh, actual real Gregor shit. Unfortunately, I've got to dip because I work in the morning. Here's my exit fee. Not a thing, by the way. You don't have to do that. Alongside fan art, I'll come back and watch the VOD. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for sub by. See you later. Hope you have fun with the rest of the VOD.
아직도 악몽을 꾸고 있는 것이.
I'll check the fan art after the stream, by the way. I don't really check Discord DMs during stream. Going to the chair fund with this one? There's not a chair fund.
이 꿈, 이 공간에 존재하는 세계라고는.
Classic.
벽을 온통 뒤덮은 청색, 그리고 흔들리는 적색.
They really touched the idea of the fathoms in a while. Yeah, like Yi's song was kind of the last one I remember being very fathoms of the ego pill. Oh no, I guess Canto 7 kinda did it too. Canto 8 obviously didn't do it at all.
방법에 대해 알고 있다. 팔을 뻗어 무기력하게 흔들리는 사과를 조각내기만 하면 되는 것이었다.
The last fathoms were TKT? Oh, true. Hohenheim as well? Right. Okay, so intervalos.
황색 가운을 입은 자들은 내가 그 조건을 이해하지 못하는 것처럼 보였는지 하루에도 몇 번씩 찾아와서 설명을 반복했지만 안타깝게도 내가 이해하지 못하는 것은 마침내 이해하기를 포기하고 동강난 사과가 땅에 떨어지던 그때 닫혀있던 문이 열렸다. 계기는 기억나지 않는다. 정신적으로 너무 지쳐 있었던 걸지도 모르고 그냥 체념하기로 결심했던 걸지도 모른다. 어찌됐든 악몽에서 벗어나고 싶다는 생각을 했다는 것만 제대로 기억이 난다.
드디어 해냈네.
Hi, Herman. How are you?
성공적인 수술이었거든. 앞으로도 그렇게 하면 된단다. 눈앞에 사과를 조각내는 거야. 아, 맞다. 15번째 생일을 축하해.
15th birthday. I forgot about that. Jeez.
네, 포기와 체념을 통해 벗어난 악몽.
I like to think Gregor sounded the exact same as he does now at 15. That man was just eternally born as a 30-year-old.
어느 날 아침 꿈에서 깨어나고 나니 나는 한 마리 흉측한 해충으로 변해 있었음을 발견할 수 있었다. 사과를 조각낸다. 어떤 건 딱딱했고 화석했고 물렀고 과즙이 많았다. 동네가 퍼질 때마다 가끔 구역질이 났다. 깨달은 건 언제였을까? 꿈에서 깨어났다고 생각했지만 나는 여전히 악몽의 한가운데였다는 것을.
Oh shit, he's a child soldier based. What do you mean by that? What?
고통스러운 밤.
How is being a child soldier based exactly? Are you Herman? Is Herman in my chat right now? Go back to like making out with Ahab. I lied about the earlier message. My friend does not in fact hate you. As penitence, you have the honor of being the first ever content creator I've ever sent money to on a stream live ever. Thank you. Okay. You know, good to know the context of that. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past my viewers to just randomly say that their friends hate me, so. N-Corp in chat? I wouldn't be surprised. There's a Limbus RP account for every fucking character in Limbus.
아까랑 같은 장소네요. 조금 달라졌지만.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피하라고! 저 폭탄에 노출되면 급격하게 노화가 돼.
I forgot about this plot point. Dude, the smoke war Canto 11 is gonna be crazy, right?
옆둥지 직원들은 지금 전쟁이고 뭐고 지팡이 없이는 걷지도 못한다니까.
잠깐. 이전은 아까
We get the Hopkins RP account? I'm pretty sure I've seen Hopkins RP account at some point.
하지만 너무 걱정하지 마.
The bomb that makes you old. Yeah, it's like that beach I've heard of.
우리와 다르게 부작용도 적고 심지어 재생까지 가능하잖아요. 실력으로는 누구보다 타고난 헤르만 이사님이 직접
Our most
손보신
skilled
분인데
director.
그런 분이 후발부대에 계시면 안 되죠? 제가 태워다 드리겠습니다.
Is that why Salvador was old? I mean, it could be. He could have also just been old. That's the thing.
뭔데? 가까이 오지 마.
왜 도망가세요? 지사의 깃발을 들고 앞장서서 싸워주셔야죠.
난 한 번도 원한 적 없었어. 개조도 전쟁도.
앞장서서.
Oh fuck! I forgot about that.
또 싸워야 돼? 슬슬 속이 안 좋아지는데.
무슨 헛소리지? 명령 불복종자가 되고 싶은 건가? 탁월한 계획입니다, 관리자. 치고 빠질 때를 잘 아시는군요.
God, Otis's only lines are just glazing Dante. I mean, I kind of knew that, but Jesus.
후퇴는 용납되지 않을 거예요.
이해가 되지 않아요. 전 직원들을 대상으로 개조가 이루어졌다고는 들었지만 이렇게까지 고약하진 않았을 텐데요.
I forgot how gory the start was actually. Me too, to an extent.
사실과는 다소 다를 수 있습니다. 그레고르 씨의 기억이 아닌
I'd say it sets a false precedent, but I feel like it stays pretty gory up to like Canto 3 especially. And even some CGs in Canto 4 are very gory, but Canto 5 it starts to fall off.
마음속에서 아군들은 이런 모습을
I feel like if Mori was around for Ricardo, we'd get some scenes of the sinners being really eviscerated, right?
그 둥지에선 모든 직원들이 개조 수술을 받았던 건가요?
대부분.
다들 동의하에 집도되었던 건가요? 이건 정말
엘사 직원들은 동의를 구하고 인신공양을 했던가?
Sara's game is so angsty in a bad way. I don't think it really gives off angst vibes.
그건 계약서에
Could also be because I've played the previous games as well.
우린 알지 못했지만
But I don't know.
효율적인 관리를 위해서는 그런 절차는 배제해야 한다.
I think there's some things in Limbus that are a bit edgy for edge's sake, but I don't think Canto One really does that.
공포를 직면해야
At least not that bad. Face the fear.
그러니까 입사한 직원들은 전부 자기도 모르게 동의한 셈이죠.
More is bad angst. True.
우리라고 달랐을까?
That's so woke. Canto 1 just gets dark very quickly compared to the other Cantos. I think it's just because Canto 1 is very quick. And has to tell the story of Gregor, which is not a very pleasant one. I know someone who loves killing people. You know, I'm a little surprised that Otis doesn't have, like, advantage on that check. She really should. That's brutal.
모든 지위가 완벽할 순 없습니다.
요리 씨.
When they start doing advantages on checks, I remember them doing it in Canto 5. But there might have been some benefits before then. I don't know.
잠시만요. 가방에서 방독면이 떨어져서.
이젠 쓸모도 없을 텐데. 군장의 무게만.
Canto 3? Maybe?
아야씨 유품이잖아요.
Canto 3 the Dawn check? Okay, yeah, advantages and disadvantage, true. That is fair.
N사 소속도 아니면서 세상에서 가장 의미 없는 짓을 하는군.
반대로 묶어야 돼요.
네?
매듭이요. 그렇게 묶으면 금방
This is a nice
떨어질
Ishmael
거예요.
moment.
배에서 안 풀리게 묶던 방법이 있었어요. 버스로 돌아가면
Back on the bus.
아, 고마워요.
Back when we get to the bus and we all are happy again.
너네 뭔데 화목하고 자빠졌냐?
유리, 이렇게 된 거 림버스 컴퍼니 새 수감자로 합류는 어때?
제가요?
그건
Faust understanding the flow in the corner.
알아. 베르겔리우스나 그 윗선의 권한이라는 거. 그래도 말은 꺼내볼 수 있잖아.
글쎄요.
Yeah, haha.
그리고 분홍머리가 회사의 마스코트로도 제격이거든.
Forgot Roja calls her a mascot. That's so fucked up, Roja.
마스코트요?
Distributed for blood made it back to the bus? Jesus Christ, man.
전쟁은 끝났다.
This is a fucking... I think this is by far the best scene in Canto 1. This whole segment.
하지만 난 아직도 우스꽝스러운 포즈와 자신만만한 얼굴을 하고 있었다. 난 저런 표정은 짓지 않는데. 하지만 팔에 나 있는 털만큼은 역겹게 아주 잘 그렸군. 누가 그린 거지? 유머가 늘었다. 악몽 속에 오래 잠겨 있다 보니 살고 싶어 그렇게 된 모양이다.
쥐사 새끼들은 모조리 참수시켜버려야 돼.
누군가 중얼거리면서 바닥에 가래침을 뱉는 소리가 들린다. 목소리의 방향이 어디로 향했는지는 쳐다보지 않아도 알 수 있었다. 그래서였을까?
속이 메스꺼렸다.
I think this scene alone makes Canto 1 better than Canto 2. I can't think of any scene in Canto 2 that had me engaged as this. Like, maybe even half. I like the humor of Canto 2 as well, but in terms of actual storytelling, like, wow. This scene is much better.
저기요, 괜찮으세요?
어이, 괜찮은 거야? 얼굴빛이 영 안 좋아 보이는데?
I can think of any Canto 2 scene, period. I can think of the one CG where Roja's eyes, like, obscured after she kills the old hag. In terms of, like, non-comedy scenes, though, that's, like, about it.
지하철이었는데.
And, of course, his voice acting sells this all extremely well.
무슨 개소리야?
그래. 여긴
Canto 2 is really bad. I almost dropped the game because of it. I don't think Canto 2 is bad, even. That's the thing. I just think in terms of Cantos, it is the weakest in terms of telling a story. But I guess when I get to it soon, I can perhaps amend that opinion if Canto 2 is really that abhorrent.
당신들.
Hey, buddy.
토마 씨, 대사가 슬슬 지겨워져서
Pickup
그런데
line.
우린 미치지도 않았고
Holy I never noticed that thing. And there's the horse. Man, Valmori's CGs. What the fuck is that? It's the Roaring Knight.
아니.
When I played Canto 2, I didn't even realize it was supposed to be focused on Roja. Yeah, a lot of people think that way. Jesus.
나 살려달라고.
Okay, the art in Canto 1 is actually so much better than I remember. Holy fuck.
죽고 싶지 않아.
선언, 후퇴!
In this CG too, the lighting is really cool.
다 같이 군죽행이 되겠어. 대책 없어 똑똑한 양반.
듣는 중이에요. 심상 속은 변수가 너무 다양해서 섣불리 결정하기 힘들기 때문에.
고민할 것이 뭐가 있겠는가? 진정한 영웅은 어떠한 고난에도 굴복하지 않지.
Das is Otis theory confirmed. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. It's like how Dante's Iron. I love this scene so much. Give me more of that surreal shit now. I wish that Canto 7 did more of this stuff. I thought it would be more of, like, Blood Fiend body horror, but instead, the one time that Blood Fiend body horror, like, big fucking Blood Fiends are mentioned, they're not even actually shown. So... this Canto feels so claustrophobic for some reason. I think it's to do with the color palette, most of all, actually. Everything's so gray and green, it makes you just feel kind of gross, and it's done really well.
아, 미안 단테. 당신 보고 한 말은 아니야.
Like, Canto 1's color palette is fucking depressing. Like, we have gray backgrounds, we have these sort of... even these, like, warm colors are fucking grating on the eyes. Thus, I'm listening in too many variables from Faust means she's getting spammed. Yeah, she's talking to Gesellschaft up there. True. Sunset makes this hopeless. I don't know how to describe it. I am not a professional in terms of art, but the fact that this is like a sunset and the sun's gonna go below these, like, buildings soon. The fact that you know, like, it's gonna be all dark and everything's gonna be gone. It's getting destroyed. There is something hopeless about this CG.
아직도 생각 중이신가? 모르는 건 없다며.
당장의 해결책을
Some of the set looks like a nuke setting off. Also true.
네.
Yeah.
아직 얻지 못했어요. 확실한 건 이 근방에는 황금가지가 존재하지 않는다는 거예요. 그래,
장난해? 지금까지 겨우 알아낸 게 그거야?
It's amazing what a little bit of different music will do in terms of my immersion with this Canto. I was pretty checked out when they're playing the MD dungeon music. Which again is not entirely their fault, it's the fact that I'm replaying the game. But why is there a sad face on the arm? Why'd you point that out? God damn it. Now I can't not see that. But just having this music makes it much better. And it's a shame this track never gets played again.
그레고르 씨?
뭐야? 왜 갑자기 멈춰?
알 것 같아. 이것이 내 세계라면 우리들은 저손을 피하면 안 돼.
That's sad too. Because in his mind he's still right underneath Herman's thumb.
여이 마탱이가 가버렸냐?
그레고르, 확실한가요?
지금까지
Yep.
뭐 하나 내 의지대로 살아본 적이 없었어. 이건 역시 저항 자체가 무의미한 공간이라는 거겠지. 그렇다면 저항을 그만두는 게 해답일지도 몰라.
Considering how positive some of the outlooks of the other Cantos are, it is... Man. It is depressing how Gregor just gives up here. Well, not even giving up. It's the correct answer, but it's... There's no resolution to this. For Kafkaesque, yeah. That's a way to describe it.
진심이냐? 다들?
It's like the opposite of Hong Lu. True?
별다른 방법이 없잖아요.
Canto 1 is unironically the bleakest. I mean, Canto 6 is close, but in terms of like nothing happening, like Gregor doesn't even really develop here, and it's not even a writing problem that Gregor doesn't develop here. He's given no reason to develop. As much as I am upset about the way that Gregor doesn't get much character development, this Canto is not the one to blame. Canto 6 had hope, only in the pass on, I think. The end of Canto 6 was like, man, I felt the weight of everything at the end of Canto 6. Canto 1, I felt the weight of everything, but that's only because of one very specific thing at the end.
그리고 말이지.
And part of that, not even part of that, the majority of the reason for that is because it's the first Canto, and you're not fully aware of how it's supposed to work.
저런 무늬의 매니큐어는 흔하지 않다고. 손바닥의 주인이 그 사람이 맞다면 절대 날 포기하지 않을 거야. 하우스트 씨, 당신 이게 내 마음의 길이랬나? 그렇다면 확실할 거야. 내 마음의 길은 이 이후로는 막다른 길일 예정이거든. 악몽도 길도 그 사람의 통제 밖으로 벗어나 본 적이 없어.
Gregor Trader Theory real.
될 대로 되지.
And that's really all the Gregor scenes we get, huh? It is just like 2 really solid scenes. Which is a real shame. As much as I talked about this Canto kind of meandering, a lot of that is because it needs to be a tutorial and explain things to people who don't know Project Moon at all. If this was even 2 Cantos later, I think Gregor's Canto could be my favorite. It's such a shame that it's stuck as the first. It's both a good and a bad thing, because early players still really like it. Yeah.
잘 되었으면 좋겠네요.
There's another Greg post-war scene? Oh, right, there is. There's a continuation of the subway scene. You're right.
삶은 고통스러운 법.
Saying his Canto is a notable outlier, yeah. If only there was some kind of word for that.
삶은 고통스러운 법.
At least it succeeds in setting the tone of hopelessness from the very beginning.
설마 벌써
Part of the problem is then Canto 2 comes in and kind of shits on that, unfortunately. not that the Cantos need to be tonally similar to each other, but the fact that there's no intervallo to, like, breathe and talk about what happened is... I forgot that was all one node. Holy shit. That was a good node, though. What are thoughts on Mr. Tanner from the hit game Deltarune Chapter 3 made by Tobias Fox? He's very funny. I like his dance. Also his theme bangs, but that's unsurprising. Is there any actual justification for there being a traitor at all? No, not really. The uneventful. For Roge's Kanto name. Again, I've heard these tracks so much, but they're still fucking classics. Are those hands during Greg's Fathoms? They are Herman's hands.
설마 벌써 죽었냐?
The funny... Guys, it is the funny... We're gonna keep playing this in the future. I plan to hopefully do one of these streams every other day. Roughly. Unless I need to take time in between to grind for XP off stream. Because I want to... I have someone working on Canto 8 highlight video because I'm not editing that myself. That's the first thing I'm not actually editing. Which will be interesting. And I want to make a 2-star video. I don't want to just stream. There's something in my brain that's like... I'm not allowed to stream unless I make content before then. I don't know.
네. 황금가지가 뿌리 내린 환상체가 있을 거예요.
그래도 다 온 모양이구만.
그레고르 씨, 버스로 돌아가면 카론한테 지도 보는 법을 알려줘도 될까요?
Yeah, sure. Why not, Yuri?
그래. 카론이 좋아할 거야.
Is Thumbclair being a 3-star upsetting to you? Yes.
그럴 리가요.
Because it is definitive proof that 2 stars do not fucking exist anymore at all.
돌아갈 곳이 있다는 건
I'm sure it is, Yuri.
좋은 거네요.
That's another Refraction Railway Dragon fight. It just means we get Refraction Railway 6 later. So. Why are 2 stars gone? Because Thumbclair is the most boring 3-star ever conceived. Funny fight. Dun, 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 dun. I don't even have Sloth to use Yasun Yada. That's kind of depressing. The one ego I get I can't even use yet because I don't have the right team setup for it. Your thoughts on Queen of Hatred Dawn? The most obvious ID to ever obvious. Random Soldados also does not justify a 3-star ID. Very fucking true. But you like it? Yeah? Yeah. But also, anyone who thought we were not going to get Queen of Hatred Dawn at any point was probably coping a little bit.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
Thought Roja would get Queen of Hatred? If Roja's getting anything, it's King of Greed, probably. Benign Despair also works. She works for quite a lot of them. I'll go check it out, Yuri said to the others. The sinner with the bug's arm seems nervous about this. Does he want to go with her, perhaps? Well, he's not on the field, is he? We'll have Merceau go instead. The fruit's cracked shell suddenly began to rattle as if it would jump at any moment. Merceau managed to escape, but it seems Yuri couldn't. The fruit's flesh melted to form a new body. Don't feel too guilty about it. One lost life is better than two. The golden apple formed a new body.
이런 식으로 해결하면 됩니다. 시청자분들.
Unfortunate. I think it's the first time I'm hearing this track. I guess this is why people think it's the Golden Apple theme, huh? Yeah, it plays really often everywhere else, but like, in terms of your first introduction to it, I understand why it stands out to a lot of people. We do with Gregor and his flavor text to replace with ... It's cool. I remember I was using Gregor, because I had his G-Corp ID. So I got the full experience of my first playthrough. I forgot how annoying this thing's clashes are. It's not a problem, just a bit annoying. I don't know why I'm even bothering, frankly. What is this team? I can't tell if you're doing the bit or if you're saying it genuinely. But God, if you're saying it genuinely... I don't know what you want from me. I was doing that to immobilize it, chat. It's fine. Do you think Queen of Hatred Dawn might be negative coin? Has a negative coin skill? It'd be cool. I doubt it, but it'd be cool. What isn't this team? That's the real question. And it's dead. God, these CGs too. Why was the golden bow just in a random apple?
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요?
She's fine.
버스로 돌아가면 카론한테 알려줘도 될까요?
So why can Golden Apple do this, by the way? Is part of his psyche? That's true, yeah.
그래, 내 생각에도 그런 것 같아.
죽고 싶지 않았어요.
Oh wait, I forgot Dante gives this command. Holy fuck. That is messed up.
그 누구도 죽고 싶어 하진 않았어요.
저는 죽기 싫어요.
이건
살려주세요. 돈은 있는 대로 다 드릴게요.
여자를 놔줘.
아니면 대응 공격을 하겠다.
내 팔을 잘라줘. 어서!
다시 말한다. 놔주지 않으면.
Again, Valmori and the way she draws eyes is the thing that's standing out to me almost the most. Like, goddamn.
달라고!
괜찮으십니까?
가까이 오지 마. 가까이 오면 안 돼.
그레고로 과장님, 항상 존경하고 있습니다.
존경하지 마. 난 내가 원해서 참전한 것도 아니야.
그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요? 살아남은 게 죄예요?
그냥 살아가 제발.
우리가 원해서 이 비극 속에 떨어진 거 아니잖아.
끝에 끝에서 결실을
Shut the
목전에 두고
fuck up. Ah, it's me.
뭐 우리야 좋지. 잡지 않은 기회는 유찰될 뿐이야.
God, these lines become so much funnier when you've done Canto 8 and just Gubo the bum shows up and his boyfriend.
가지를 찾고 있었니?
She always looks like she's floating here too.
당신
생각보단 좀 작다. 그치? 난 헤르만이라고 해. 앞으로 자주 보게 될
No, we will not.
왜냐하면
In fact, this is the only time we've seen her in 8 Cantos directly. At least in terms of the LCB crew seeing her face to face, I'm pretty sure, right? Which is crazy.
우리는 가지가 필요하고 너희는 가지를 찾을 수
We'll be seeing your boy toys, but not you.
너희는 죽지 않지만 우린 너희를
I just think N-Corp is kind of scary to run into, then Canto 8 happened, so I just think of them as a Team Rocket. I think Herman is scary, but Gubo has lost every ounce of intimidation from Canto 4 and Canto 8. Jihuan is... I mean, he's hot at least, I guess.
물론 지금은 말고 황금 가지는 우리 쪽에서 안전하게 수거해 갈게.
구보, 나의 벗. 이것이 그대가 선택한 길이오. 맞아. 이젠 몇 안 남았지.
Fucking Gubo.
오랜만이네. 네 옷에 더러운 냄새가 나는 거 알고 있어? 지금 꼴을 가족들이 봤어야 했는데.
아주 만남의 광장이로군.
Jihuan is literally Shadow. I didn't even think of it that way. Why do so many in the radical left participate in speed running?
잘 간직하고 있어?
In a Petersonian sense.
고작 이런 꼬락서니가 되라고 준 건 아니었는데.
To fucking invest in you, God.
바란 적 없어. 한 번도.
그래도 포장지는 마저 뜯어야지.
Your family can see you now. Well, you're not gonna believe this.
고작 그 능력이 내가 준 전부가 아니거든.
Right through that little eye of his.
자, 인사는 여기까지.
And we don't see Jihuan for another 7 Cantos.
눈앞에서 황금 가지를 빼앗기고 당당히도 복귀했군. 나의 과대평가였나? 파우스터 씨, 변명이라도 해보는 게 어떨지.
불멸만이 해답은 아니더군요.
당신은 할 말이 없습니까, 단테?
황금 가지를 노리고 왔던 다른 세력에 대해 물어보네요.
Claps hands, cartoon is running. Yeah.
설마 내게 책임을 묻는 겁니까? 되묻죠, 단테. 아무런 위협 세력이 없는 곳에 12이나 되는 자들을 내려보낼 이유가 일 해결사까지 추가로 고용해가면서 말이지.
됐어, 관리자 양반. 그건 내 탓이야. 책망하려면 나에게.
Did Greg learn anything this Canto? He just suffered? No, you know what he learned? That he's still the miserable roach that he thinks of himself as, that is under his own mother's control because he's traumatized. That's what he relearned this Canto. It is just suffering. By the way, it's not my opinion on Gregor, that's just literally what happens. It's fucked.
걸작이군. 만난 지 얼마나 되었다고 벌써부터 전우의 냄새를 풍기는지. 뭐 피차 한 배에 묶인 자들끼리 감싸주는 게 나쁘다곤 하진 않겠지만 치부를 감싸주는 게 무능함을 가릴 수 있다고 착각하진 않아줬으면 좋겠어.
Yeah, Virgilius really warms up a lot more in later Cantos. I forgot how scary he is.
연락이 왔습니다. 애프터 팀의 특별작전 사과가 지하로 진입, 작전을 수행한다고 하네요.
그래, 그래야겠지. 남은 애고와 환상체라도 회수해야 할 테니. 정작 중요한 정수는 이렇지만 말이야.
뒤끝이 길군. 전장에서 실패는 을에 있는 법이다. 목표를 달성하지 못했다면 다시 작전을 세워 재투입을 할 뿐이지.
Of course you'd say that, Odysseus.
첫 작전에서 너무 많은 걸 바라는 게 아닌가? 관리자님은 첫 지휘라고는 믿을 수 없는.
If you lost a couple men, just keep going. Glory to Limbus Company.
이쯤 해두지. 뭐 아주 틀린 말을 한 것도 아니니까.
그렇죠.
벌레 양반, 메피의 머리에 뭘 매단 거야?
유품. 두 사람의 유품이다. 딱 유리시만한 여동생이 있었거든.
Fucking Gregor's sister mentioned.
그냥 그랬었다고.
카론, 시야에 방해가 되진 않겠나?
응, 카루는 괜찮아.
그래.
Had, yeah.
출발하지.
부릉부릉.
By far the best lead up to the fucking best pass on version. It shows the exact moments right before this CG shows up, and you don't expect it when you're playing the game, and then Choi Han's incredible fucking vocals come in. It's the best pass on, baby. We've never had it better. Literally. Never. I don't want to sing along, I don't want to ruin his voice. It's too good to sully. But this is the one that I've listened to the most by far. What about Heathcliff's version? That is a close second. The, like, emotional rock vibe is just... it's the best vibe for the pass-ons. Thank you, Ishmael, for sighing. Rank the pass-ons? I've already done it, basically. Except for Hong Lu's. You can look at my OST streams. Mr. Escu, what do you have to say about mine? Oh, Yisung, don't look at my ranking of your pass on. Yo, it's the thumbnail of this stream. Rank the Cantos? That's the point of replaying them, is to rank them. 멀리 멀리 날아가고 싶어 하늘에 새처럼 살자 수 있게 이마 오늘치 가가로 괜찮아 괜찮아 단단하리래. God, fucking ending this depressing ass Canto with "It's Alright," with a slow fade out, and then it's just fucking nothing. It's the best pass on. I can understand liking others from, like, purely a listening perspective, but in terms of the vibe, it's the best one. And one of, if not Canto One's singular best thing is the ending. Because you don't expect it when you're playing Limbus for the first time. And God, that's gonna be hard to talk about when I review this game. Thank you for that, by the way, that's delightful. I guess there's a tutorial for this. Right, when I played the game initially, XP Lux wasn't in the game. Thank you. I'm aware. Yep. But that's gonna be hard to talk about in my review video for Limbus, because I guess the way I want to structure the video is I don't want to spoil anything for the first 3 Cantos, and then I talk about spoilers for the rest of the Cantos. Because I think not knowing anything about, like, the ending of Canto One really makes it much better. I don't think I can do... Is there any lunacy in sight? No. I can do some single pulls. I'm not against that. Or wait, there's lunacy from doing this for the first time, right?
잘 되었으면 좋겠네요.
How much energy you don't have? Yeah, it's 60 is the max. It's fucking nothing. He's marketing the video to non-limboids. I feel like a lot of review videos are marketed towards Limbus players, and frankly, that doesn't really matter, right? And I feel like the ones that do talk to non-Limbus players are either from the perspective of someone who have, like, played a bunch of gacha games and are so gacha brain-rotted, for lack of a better term. Because I have only ever played Limbus in terms of gacha games, so, you know. What fight are you most excited to redo? Ricardo. 100% Ricardo. Gotta save for the capo? It's fine. I've already got Sank West Merceau. If I didn't have a Merceau ID, I might save. I'd rather use more unique IDs on this account. I did indeed claim my EX clear lunacy, don't worry. What strat are you thinking for that? I'll have completely different IDs by then, most likely. So I would rather not do an Ishmael solo, though. I think that's a little bit lame. And you don't get Threadlocks till 219? So that got me to that. I would need to up tie 3... how many IDs? That'll bring me to 20... I need up tie 3 IDs? Ooh, that might not be doable.
공부를 더욱 게을리하지 말아야 하겠군. 정진하겠어.
We're committing to the Echi song gaming. And skipping his upside Tori. Sorry. I don't know if that's gonna be possible. Or do some Canto 2 story? Okay, so I wanted this stream to be like 3 hours long. It has been 4.5 hours. So that's maybe not the greatest thing. What 2 stars do I even want to use in the future? Ugh. Ugh. My options are not fantastic, huh? I wouldn't mind upgrading Zweifaust. €7, she was cool. Yeah, but I used her on my initial playthrough of Limbus. I wonder if 2 stars will be extinct by next Canto. My brother in Christ, they're extinct to this Canto. We can do Zweifaust and 7 Ryoshu, but how much thread do I have to spare? If I can get enough to uptie 3 Sank West Merceau, that would be perfect. But that's kind of expensive. I did get the lunacy from the story map, I don't forget about that, don't worry. I definitely do not have enough for that. Oh my god, I'm literally 4 away from getting a 10 pull. Because I need 50 thread per, right? It's 10 and then 40. I did start over, yes. It is much more interesting that way. Check crates. Oh. Yep. Okay, I've checked my inventory. Oh, wait. 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 Okay. Okay. We need average. We need average. Do you do dailies at the regular main account? Fucking no. Killing myself. Fuck you, Yisog, this is your fault.
관리자님은
저한테 무슨 혈투 생방송 말씀이십니까?
How do I get one more thread? How do I get one more thread? How do I do it? That's 80. Upgrade Sankmer and then a 2-star? No, a 2-star takes fucking 50 thread. Don't you have 1 ticket? I don't. Play 1 story? Fucking... Fine. Do 1 story. I guess I could just skip it and read it next stream, right? Yeah, I'll do this next stream. We're doing this for the lunacy. This is important. 2 story? No, I can uptie an ID. I can do this. This is fine.
잠시 지금부터 결투의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다. 인터뷰는 그 후에.
You're sure spending a lot of effort to pull Blade Lady and Jodas? Fuck you. If that fucking happens, I'm nuking you off the face of this planet. You got the tutorial chapter lunacy? I have claimed all of the lunacy in the chapters. I am not... Don't worry. Okay. Which one, chat? I feel like the answer is obvious. We just go standard here, I think. You guys are obsessed with Wild Hunt. It's crazy. We've already got a perfectly good uptie 3 multi-crack Heathcliff. And an ego to go alongside him. As a reminder. Heathcliff would be like a decent shout to get shards. Ishmael for Canto 5? We've got Zwei Ishmael. I'm doing standard. Chat's wrong. I guess there's also the benefit of getting Idealty. Okay, Idealty is actually, like, real, though. I forgot that standard doesn't give any of that. In which case, I'd rather probably do this banner than the Heathcliff one still. We'll commit to the Heathcliff one, fine. Isn't it just 10 thread? Did you see me struggling to get 1 thread? 10 thread is money! Breaking account for 10 thread? How's this breaking my account? I'll do standard. All that work to get fucking... nothing. To get a Heathcliff anyways.
선배가 아니잖아. 뭐야?